know this sounds strange, but he did not mean to hurt anyone.
Jeffrey Dahmer is a name infamous for murder, pain, misery, and sadness.
Milwaukee police found body parts.
He is one of the most notorious serial killers of all time, even today, over 30 years later, nicknamed the Milwaukee Cannibal.
Guilty as charged, Your Honor.
Our home was invaded by national as well as international.
I am glad that the secrets are gone.
He's not charged in 12 mutilation murders.
Dahmer may never go to trial.
Jeffrey Dahmer.
You'll hear about me someday.
What Jeffrey Dahmer says he did.
Jeffrey Dahmer's victim discovery was made at a Milwaukee airport. 2 murders Dahmer allegedly committed.
Officers who, of course, encountered Dahmer. Dahmer has now been officially charged.
Hello and welcome to Seeking Answers, and if you're into true crime, make sure you click like and subscribe, turning on all notifications so you never miss an episode. And today, we're talking Jeffrey Dahmer. Jeffrey Lionel Dahmer was born on May the 21st, 1960 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, to teletype machine instructor Joyce Annette and Marquette University chemistry student Lionel Dahmer.
Had such a sweet disposition, sweet baby breath, and he was always happy.
I thought he was wonderful. He was fun. We did all of the normal things that people do.
Christmas time was always a very happy time. It was a time when there were no real arguments. Jeff was always happy at Christmas time because there was a lot of things to eat. Easter was always important to him because he got his chocolate bunny. Thanksgiving was always spent with my family, and there was always a lot of love and attention given to Jeff.
It's hard to be asked questions that go back 30-some years when you never expected that anything but good would happen in your family.
I can understand what they're saying, what they mean, I think, when they say monster. And yet, on the other hand, no one is born a monster. And he was not a monster. What he did was monstrous. Jeff would always run towards me and jump in my arms. I would frequently carry Jeff on my shoulders or ride around on the handlebars of my bicycle. At this point, he's less than 7 years old, and he didn't go into his period of shyness until that point.
When you look at him, do you see your boy? Do you see your baby, your child?
Mm-hmm.
Do you see a monster?
No. The first picture I see of Jeff always is when I was going to graduate school, and he would come thundering through the house when Grandma and Grandpa would arrive, and he'd holler, "Grabba, grabba." And those are the types of images I have imprinted in my mental camera. How can you see your son who's been riding a tricycle and running around with his dog Frisky and playing tennis with me, taking a knife and cutting a person open, and then doing sexual things with it? It's pretty hard.
Jeff was the most beautiful, darling, sweetest baby, the nicest young boy.
There just were no real signs when he was growing up.
As a child, Jeffrey is believed to have been neglected and deprived of a lot of attention from his parents, though others claim that he was doted upon as an infant and toddler by both of them. But it is worth noting that his mother Joyce would often argue with her husband and their neighbours, and was known for often being tense and hungry for attention. Jeffrey entered his first grade at school when Joyce fell ill and spent most of her time in bed, while his father Lionel was always busy with his university studies, keeping him away from home. Whenever he was around, his wife, who suffered from depression but was also diagnosed with hypochondria, would demand his constant attention. Joyce would often work herself into a state of anxiety, trying to please her husband, and she even attempted suicide by overdose. Due to their busy and neglectful home lives, Jeffrey grew up with very little attention from either parent. Despite this, he was a happy and energetic child, but shortly before he turned the age of 4, he required a double hernia surgery, which damaged his health. And some believe that it was this operation which was a contributing factor that altered Dahmer's mental state permanently, as he was no longer that same happy and energetic child from that moment on, though others believe it wasn't the case.
I think that there were several events in his life, starting with the hernia operation, his concern about, having his penis cut off, and, that he expressed to his mother at the time. I didn't even know about that until the trial in February of '92.
He was quite outgoing up until maybe age 3, 3.5, 4, somewhere in there. He developed a double hernia.
What would you look for? If I'd seen something that had been a clue of any kind, I'd like to think that I would have done something about it immediately. No, there wasn't anything unusual about Jeff. He was a normal young boy.
He was very subdued, to say the least, and he walked around like a little old man. I can still see him in his robe, and complained about hurting very much, and he wondered if he had his penis cut off.
You cannot tell how certain actions or reactions are going to be computed in a child's mind. So the first thing I thought about was he emotionally, did he come out of this life with us emotionally disturbed in some way? He didn't. I've asked him.
However, it is worth noting that Joyce took a lot of medication during her pregnancy, which also could have been a factor. And some believe that he also showed signs of autism, though this was never diagnosed.
What do you remember about the pregnancy?
I had what I thought were probably the ordinary kinds of things that happen when you're pregnant, and
Morning sickness.
morning sickness.
A lot of nausea.
Yes.
Lionel describes a strange, undiagnosed problem. He describes it as some kind of a seizure that you developed, a proneness to seizures late in the pregnancy, where he describes it as a kind of rigidness for which you were prescribed medications.
At times, her legs would lock tightly in place, and her whole body would grow rigid and begin to tremble. During these strange seizures, her eyes would bulge like a frightened animal, and she would begin to salivate, literally frothing at the mouth.
Do you remember that, and can you describe
I
it?
don't remember that at all. I can't imagine where that comes from. It isn't true. I don't.
You don't recall anything like that?
No.
Seizures or
No.
seizure-like episodes?
Absolutely not.
Were you prescribed medications, including morphine, barbiturates?
I don't know what medications were prescribed, and I'm surprised that anyone says that there is something that lists every single medication I took 33 years ago. I had a doctor, a physician. I took the medicine that was prescribed for me, and for the most part I was healthy.
We'd have to call the doctor, who in those days they still made house calls, and he came immediately, and it always ended up that he gave her a shot of some type of relaxant.
What kind of drugs was she on?
There were a mixture of things. He would have to come and inject Seconal or morphine if, in some instances, when her body would not relax.
The doctor?
Yeah, the doctor.
Morphine, barbiturates?
Yeah, relaxants.
Phenobarbital?
Yes,
She was on a pretty heavy drug
she was
regimen.
on quite a heavy diet of prescription drugs, right.
You weren't on morphine?
I don't think you give pregnant women morphine. I'd have to ask my doctor, but they don't give pregnant women morphine.
Barbiturates of any kind in order to calm you down in these seizure states, as Lionel describes them?
There were no seizure states. I don't know where that's coming from.
She would spasm, her jaw would go sideways, and we would walk her around and around. My mother and father would do the same.
He was firstborn?
Yes. Nothing seemed to help until we would have to call a doctor and administer barbiturates. And
were there any problems with the second son?
No, nothing except colic.
There were no seizures. There was nothing that was out of the ordinary as far as my pregnancy was concerned, except that I needed to be in bed.
There's an obvious discrepancy here between what you're saying and what Lionel is saying about the nature of the pregnancy. It was difficult, you both agree, but he describes you in these states where you were, as he says, literally frothing at the mouth.
Are you serious?
In these rigid states, yeah, for which you were given medication to settle or calm you down.
Well, I don't know what his purpose is in doing that. I do know that when this first happened, the very first thing that the husband that I divorced did was come out with these accusations against me. They're not true. Well, I don't know how I can prove it to you that they're not true.
Is it possible you just don't remember them?
No, it's not possible. I don't remember them. It was my first pregnancy. I remember everything about my first pregnancy.
He would witness a lot of tension and frequent arguments between his parents during his early years. And as he started elementary school, he became quiet and timid. One teacher even suspected that he was being neglected due to his mother's declining health, but no investigation was ever done.
I get the impression that the two of you don't talk a lot about everything that happened, about the crimes in particular.
No, we don't discuss that because it's been gone over so thoroughly in the papers and the media that there's just really no point in going into any in-depth talks about it. We talk about our family, home, how things used to be, what prison life is like here now, and try to keep things as light and upbeat as possible. A lot of the arguments were very intense, and I couldn't see any way but to just leave the room or leave the house, or just there was no compromise.
But you do recall at age 6 that you became more aware of tensions in the home.
Oh yeah, that's the time I really remember noticing that things weren't quite right.
So it wasn't so much innate shyness as it was wanting to withdraw from tension and arguments and problems in the house.
That's how I saw it, yeah. I sort of lived in my own little fantasy world when things got too heated in the household. And I carried that over for years, I guess.
There were very heated arguments. And on occasion, that would lead to some physical...
Excuse me, Stone. If you want to stop a minute and think about whether you want to talk about that abuse on the...
How am I going to know what's going to be on television and what's not going to be?
Well...
In your childhood, you have any memories of anything that you would associate with what you became?
No, that's the strange thing. I can't pinpoint anything.
So there was nothing in your childhood?
No abuse, no physical abuse, no verbal abuse. It was a normal childhood in a good home. Something went awry in my thought life. I don't know why.
Is it hard for you to go back and talk about those things?
No, not the good things. In fact, it gives me a sense of comfort to talk about the few good times there were in the past.
You say the few good times. Do you think of your childhood as having been profoundly unhappy?
No, not profoundly. My childhood wasn't filled with any great tragedies or anything. There were good times and there were bad times. I think it was fairly normal.
I experienced on the job having an employer tell me to take Jeff's picture off my desk, that I would no longer be allowed to represent the company in the public, that I'd sort of become the elephant in the living room. just little kind of insidious kinds of things, and no matter how well prepared you might be, they do play on your emotions and how you feel about yourself.
Was anger a part of it for you, Jeff?
I had some anger. Probably every kid has some anger, you know, about their childhood. It really wasn't a terrible childhood, though. You know, there were a lot of good times. It wasn't a really terrible time.
What can I do? I can compare it with my own upbringing, and my mother and father fought, and it was kind of a normal thing, and they would get over it. And Lionel and I discovered very early on that we were very different people. I was more emotional and more outgoing than he was, and marriage became really a very unhappy place. And how much that affected the children at the time, I didn't think that it affected them in any really harmful way, because they were never physically abused.
It was unnerving, depressing, made me angry sometimes. I'd leave the house, go out in the woods and sulk, brooding, you know, wondering why they had to have such a rough relationship. Most of the time they didn't seem to get along too well together. I never knew what the real underlying problems were. I didn't feel it was my place to ask.
Did you blame one or the other, Mom and Dad?
No, I didn't. I was just frustrated that things couldn't be happier around the house.
You just wanted things to be more peaceful.
Right. I never saw any real violent arguments as far as physical hitting or anything like that, but there was a lot of yelling, a lot of tension in the house sometimes.
There are thousands, literally thousands of children who grow up exposed to these kinds of problems.
And worse.
And worse, and yet they don't go on to do the kinds of things that Jeff did.
In and of themselves, they're not the, I guess we would say, not the only factors. But, you know, everyone's an individual, I guess, aren't they? But there may have been more important, unknown to us yet, trigger points that make Jeff more unique than the usual case.
Well, one of the things that I don't want to get involved in on this television show is trying to do the same thing to Lionel as he's done to me, and that is to somehow blame him.
Your dad has wondered about all kinds of things, from the medication that your mom was on during her pregnancy, to the fact that you were exposed to violent arguments in the home from an early age and continuing, to the possibility that he might have passed on some genetic propensity for obsession or violent behavior. Does any of that ring true to you?
I can see why he'd wonder about those things, but as far as I'm concerned, they're all excuses, because I didn't feel accountable to anybody. I didn't feel that I had to face what I had done ever, and so there comes a point where a person has to be accountable for what he's done. Can't go around making excuses, blaming other people or other things. So I alone am the one who's responsible for what's happened.
That's exactly how I feel, like I'm being assaulted by statements that can't be substantiated, that people have said are not so, but here I am one more time having to defend myself. I want to get across that we as women just can't take this kind of thing anymore. If something bad happens to our son or our child, there has to be a place for us to go. I want a place for all the victims to have a place where there's some compassion and understanding, instead of a blame.
There were times when he heard the shouting and her physical, agitated motions. He observed them, and he went outside and just left the house. And I learned later, I didn't know at the time, I didn't hear him do this, but I learned later that he was slapping the trees with branches and sticks, and I guess apparently out of frustration. So apparently Jeff was very disturbed over the arguments. I have no doubt that he was very disturbed.
There's nothing about the kind of arguments, the kinds of fights we might have had, the disagreements over how to bring up children, there was nothing unusual about that. And Jeff is not the result of what is going on in every home in America. He's not the result of that.
So you're saying it wasn't a perfect marriage, you're saying, but it was nothing so extraordinary that it could explain
no.
Why he went on to do what he did?
Absolutely not. Telling you the truth the very best I can, there wasn't anything unusual.
When you think back on those times, the arguments and the possible effect it may have had on the kids, does it cause you anguish?
It makes me sick that we didn't have a more Ozzie and Harriet type family. And I know there really are no Ozzie and Harriet families per se, but there are some that really are healthy, quite healthy. And ours could have been. And it just makes me sick to my stomach that it wasn't. That's how I feel. And I'll feel that way to my death.
His mother did have a history of mental illness?
Yes, it definitely has to have affected him. I'll say that.
What has to have affected him?
The long history of mental illness.
Do you feel that you're being blamed?
Yes, I do.
Do you feel that Lionel's blaming you?
That certainly does seem to be what happened when he first came out on television.
Did she vent her anger on you, Jeff?
Well, you know how she could get when she
Yes,
gets really,
I'm just
really angry.
You bet. And
Teeth-gritting angry.
I think I know the answer, but I just wanted to ask you. Now, if you know exactly what I'm talking about then, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
When something didn't go her way, she transferred her anger to me. Now, multiply that incident by 1,000-fold, and that's what I went through.
Yeah, I know. I was living it, too. I remember.
Yeah.
I remember.
I feel it's wrong for people who commit crimes to try to shift the blame onto somebody else, onto their parents or onto their upbringing or living circumstances. I think that's just a cop-out. And my parents, my relatives, had no knowledge of what I was doing. They're absolutely not responsible for any of it in any way. And I take full responsibility.
But you understand that what you did would lead your father to ask himself all kinds of questions.
That's true.
Where did I go wrong? Was there something I could have said or done to have prevented this?
Right.
Did I in some way create or contribute to the terrible acts my son committed?
I understand that. I just get angry with other people who think that they have a right to somehow try to blame my parents for what happened. That's not right at all. No one has the right to do that because they're totally innocent. They had no knowledge of it. And that angers me.
There definitely were warning signs that I missed, but I didn't believe it, or it's hard to believe.
Despite this, as he grew older, he did gain a small number of friends, but he was always interested in dead animals. And it's believed that this all started when he was only 4 years old. His father removed some animal bones from underneath the family home, and Jeffrey seemed to enjoy the sounds of the bones cracking. He soon collected large insects such as dragonflies and butterflies, and kept them all in jars. But this hobby led to him collecting dead animal bodies from the road, sometimes even doing this with a friend. He would then dismember the carcasses either at home or in the nearby woods. One friend claimed that he would store the body parts in jars in the family shed, as he was fascinated with how the bodies fit together. Dahmer's father Lionel was never once concerned with this behaviour. In fact, he even encouraged it, believing that it would grow to become an interesting hobby in the art of science.
Jeff, at age 4, probably innocently, went over and was playing with the bones and seemed fascinated with
That
these
absolutely
bones.
astounds me. Excuse me for interrupting you, but I never heard anything like that ever happened.
It was a terrible smell, so I went underneath and cleaned it out, the smell of the skunk, and cleaned out whatever else was under, cans and bones, and collected them all. And Jeff did seem to exhibit an interest in the way they clanked as he picked them up and put them back into the metal pail. He just laughed at it, the sound of it, and that was it.
As far as I know, that never happened. That sounds like the shows that people go on and talk about children mistreating animals, and can you predict who's going to do something terrible somewhere down the line in his life. Jeff's condition was proven to not have anything to do with his upbringing. I don't want parents frightened to death thinking that the little things they do or the little things they miss are going to result in them having a child that is going to cause all of this pain and anguish. That isn't the way it happened.
We found out that he had been collecting at the age of 12 to 14, you know, when your hormones are raging, puberty. He was collecting dead animals, roadkill, riding around the rural roads and collecting them in bags. His mother didn't know, I didn't know, and apparently none of his playmates knew. His sexual engine, so to speak, was in high drive, and he was touching the insides of these animals. That he just sort of got hardwired neuronally into connecting the sexual pleasure with this type of activity, entrails, insides of bodies.
All I know is that I wanted to see what the insides of these animals looked like. There may have been some violence involved, some underlying subconscious feelings of violence. It was a compulsion, became a compulsion. I think it was around age 14 or 15. Started having obsessive thoughts of violence intermingled with sex. And it just got worse and worse. I didn't know how to tell anyone about it, so I didn't. I just kept it all inside.
Do you have any sense for where that was coming from?
No. No, I've talked with a few psychologists about it. They have their theories, but they don't have any concrete answers either.
Do you have a theory?
No, not really. I don't know where it came from. I probably will never know. But I never dreamed that it would become a reality.
I could hardly believe it, that he could have done it at that early of an age. It's unbelievable.
In 9th grade, in biology class, we had the usual dissection of fetal pigs. I took the remains of that home and kept the skeleton of it. And I just started branching out, dogs, cats. I suppose it could have turned into a normal hobby like taxidermy, but it didn't. It veered off into this. Why, I don't know. All I know is that I wanted to see what the insides of these animals looked like.
Was there some pleasure in the cutting open of the animal?
Yes, there was. No sexual pleasure, but just it's hard to describe.
Sense of power, sense of control?
I suppose that's a good way of putting it, yeah.
I was interested in taxidermy in high school and experimented with preserving the bones of dogs and things like that. And whether that had anything to do with the escalation of the crimes? I don't know.
I can't explain it. I can only cry about it. I asked the universe, why would this be allowed to happen? I don't have an answer for that. I'm like one.
He examined them and he cut into them, cut them open to examine the insides of the animals. And by the way, a lot of people have been telling me that they've done the same thing, but they didn't turn out like Jeff. But there was one thing that was different with Jeff. He did what most all of us young males do when the hormones kick in tremendously, and he was doing something sexually with them. And I think the neuronal connections, you know, made contact and sort of hardwired Jeff, so to speak.
Jeff always had an interest in nature. He was very inquisitive. He liked biology class in school, and we did several things together for science fair.
I thought I knew him as a shy boy.
Was there anything you saw in your child that made you think he could grow up to be this kind of man?
No. I did not think in my wildest dreams that he was capable of doing that.
You know, that 4-H project was a lot of fun. We both did that.
Oh, we used to have fun with the chickens, the lambs, and then we used to go on those long hikes with the hiking sticks. Yeah, that's right. And all the moths that used to come towards the window, and we used to catch those. We had quite a collection there. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Yeah.
Pulled a fish out of the lake, just a little sunfish, and took out a pocket knife and slashed it to bits. And my other friend said, "What the hell did you do that for?" And Dahmer responded, "I just wanted to see what it looked like."
Personally, for everything that has been coming together with everybody's stories and coming out, when I was a child, we used to catch fish and drag them behind our bikes with string. So
you're wondering why that's...
I don't see it relevant.
Well, you're not here to suggest that they've got the wrong guy, are you?
No, not at all. Absolutely not.
And as you now retroactively consider Jeffrey Dahmer, a man you had known socially, and this is a long time ago, 6 years ago.
Correct.
I guess you're saying to yourself, well, I guess it's possible. Is that it? Do I understand your position?
No, I absolutely am with it now because there's reasons, and now...
You're beginning to see...
Right, everything's coming together. My conception of everything isn't just, everybody has their own, things have happened to them involving him.
He roamed around the country roads where we lived and gathered on his bike with big plastic bags the remains of various animals, foxes, small dogs, animals that had been killed on the road, and took them back home. And ours was extremely heavily wooded lot, a very rough terrain, where he did, as I found out later, at the time of his so-called insanity trial, found out for the first time there that he did this. And he kept these animals and felt them, explored them, their insides, their entrails, and terrible things like that. Although I've had friends who have told me they've done the same sort of thing. But that would have been a red flag.
I can sort of see a fascination for, wanting to see or for looking at the insides of animals, say for the first time. After you did it one time, what more is to be gained by looking at another dog's inside, the second or the third?
I don't know. It became a compulsion, and it switched from animals to humans. I still don't understand it. I don't know why.
If I had known about the roadkill, that would have been a red flag. I would have done something immediately, intervened. But before that, there wasn't really anything.
Would you call him a normal boy up to 12?
Yeah, except extremely shy. And one of the things I'd like to tell parents is don't disregard shyness. Things can be fomenting in that young mind. Dig. Just pull out everything that you possibly can. Don't stop. Yes, talk deeply and intensely. It'll come out, I think, eventually. I wasn't tuned to that. Back in the 50s and 60s, especially with men, You weren't really taught to be a psychologist. There aren't many books then.
I was up visiting a friend's house, walking back home in the evening, and I saw these three seniors from high school approaching me in the darkness. And I just had a feeling that something was going to happen. Sure enough, one of them took up a billy club and whacked me on the back of the neck.
That plus a blow to the back of his head, plus, well, I don't know what, you know, these various incidents like going around and getting roadkill, all these things came to a cumulative ending, and it hooked on. I firmly believe it hooked into his sexuality at age 14 or 15.
I started having these obsessive thoughts when I was about 15 and 16, and they got worse and worse.
What were your fantasies about?
They were sexual fantasies of control, power, complete dominance. They became reality.
Was there pleasure in that fantasy?
There was excitement, fear, pleasure, all mixed together.
I never thought that you killed animals. No, I didn't. I had my bow and arrow pointing at a red center that I lured back. But when it looked at me with those limpid brown eyes, yeah, such big trusting eyes, I just couldn't do it, no way.
Take them back in the woods, skin them sometimes, slit them all the way open, look at the organs, feel them. There was a sort of general excitement for me. I don't know why. It was exciting to see.
In one instance, Jeffrey cut the head off a dead dog, nailed the body to a tree, and impaled its skull on a stake next to a wooden cross in the woods near his home. He would often search under and around his house for bones, or explored the bodies of live animals to find the location of their skeletons. In October of 1966, the 6-year-old Jeffrey moved with his family to Doylestown, Ohio. In December, Joyce gave birth to another little boy and allowed her eldest son to name him, and he decided on David.
They enjoyed themselves as brothers, but there was always that 7-year difference in interests. So they weren't as close as someone maybe that was 1 or 2 years different.
Jeff, Dave, and his mother were happy, and I was happy that Jeff liked him and accepted him. They were 7 years apart, so I wouldn't say that they were extremely close in interests, but they did things together.
Was that completely different than his brother?
Yes, his brother was very, very ebullient and outgoing, just wanted to talk to everyone, not shy.
I guess I was a little bit naive. I didn't think enough about, I was concentrating too much out of the premise that everything right with the spouse would automatically cause things to fall in place with the family. I just wish I had been I had a little bit more smarts to feel that I should be putting some of that effort with my son.
He loved him, but many times he just tolerated him because his younger brother was so expressive and active that sometimes he got on his nerves.
No one had a clue as to what was happening for over a decade.
He was very shy, as you say, in elementary school, awkward.
Yes. His elementary school teacher tried desperately to get him to interact with the other children, but it just didn't work.
Did you have problems with daydreaming where you didn't concentrate in school? Well, in junior year, that's when I started drinking, so that was a problem. Were you ever called on the carpet for that?
A couple times.
Yeah. Did you have problems to result of that?
I was punished for it.
Yeah.
He had a small circle of friends who liked to play gags and joke around a lot. And
practical jokes?
Yeah, yes. Jeff played on the tennis team, and a friend of his played with him on the team. And instead of playing, seriously, they would just joke around, and his opponents couldn't understand why they were laughing so much.
I disagree with the description of me as being so incredibly shy and introverted, because maybe that's the way my dad saw me, because there was so much tension in the home that I really didn't feel like being up and happy a lot of the times. But with my friends in school, I had a good time. We had good, good social life, and so I wasn't so extremely reclusive and self-centered as it portrays me.
Does it surprise you to hear Jeff say that he doesn't think of himself and never did as innately shy?
It did surprise me. Maybe my perception was accentuated to the extreme.
There really were no overt signs. You know, he wasn't foaming at the mouth or talking to himself in his sleep or acting in a weird fashion at all.
Pictures are of a cute little boy.
You know, just
like any other.
Right, right. A very, very wonderful little boy.
He kept it in. He did not express anger.
You never saw him yell at anyone or get violent with something, throw something?
No, I did not see him get angry with anyone physically. He would get angry at his younger brother, but not physically.
But very shy, very reclusive. That's another thing that I would like to get across to parents, that even if a kid if their child seems just innocuously shy, just try to draw out their concerns and angers, because if they don't talk to anyone, there's no reality checking at all, and they can't distinguish between fantasy and reality.
He didn't seem inordinately shy to me. He seemed, he didn't like school. He had a very difficult year that year, first grade, moving from where he'd lived. I was pregnant with his baby brother, so...
Did he seem profoundly unhappy?
No. Well, no. When you say profoundly unhappy, there wasn't any clue that there was anything other than this was a little, rather shy child who had to go to school and mingle and be sociable, and that wasn't his thing.
Jeff was shy. I was shy. Then comes the thought of control. You just don't have the control of your environment. And my early infatuation or obsession was with fire. Just about burned down my neighbor's garage one time, just starting a little fire.
He told everyone that I was crazy, that I had abused my body with medicines, that I somehow was to blame. There's no doubt about that. Now he turns around and, for whatever his reasons are, I don't know what he's trying to accomplish with talking about something he should have shared with me before he ever married me. If he's got some thought that had anything to do with Jeff.
You mean his mental state, that you weren't informed?
Dreaming of murder,
yes, exactly.
the obsession with explosives. He never talked to you about any of that.
None of that.
Did you know before you read this book that your dad had his own obsessions and fantasies, that he had thought about, that he had dreamed of committing murder, that he had had an obsession with fire and with explosives?
No, I don't think that's the type of thing one asks one's dad.
Were you surprised to read that about your dad?
Very surprised. Yeah. I didn't know what to think about it. I suppose everyone has their secret thoughts, and so it was somewhat of a shock.
I was shy and, you know, felt lack of control and so forth, and I was bullied. Okay, there were a lot of bullies in our neighborhood. And almost always after I was either physically or in some other way harassed by bullies, I would wake up, say, the next morning or the morning after that, shortly after that, and I would for just say about 30 seconds or so, have this feeling that I had hurt someone, that I had maybe hurt them badly, that I had killed them. But it was a vague sort of a feeling, and it happened just every so often, and after attacks by neighborhood kids.
So pat theories about you as a serial killer striking out to get back at your dad, for instance, don't ring true to you.
No, that has no truth in it. The only motive that there ever was to completely control a person that I found physically attractive, and keep them with me as long as possible, even if it meant just keeping apart.
That same year, Lionel earned his degree and began work as an analytical chemist in Akron, Ohio, which was nearby. 2 years passed before the family once again moved to Bath Township, Ohio, and 2 years later, during a chicken dinner, the 10-year-old Jeffrey asked his father what would happen if chicken bones were placed into bleach. Lionel again didn't question his son's curiosity and even found it somewhat endearing. He showed him how to safely use bleach to preserve animal bones, a technique that Jeffrey would unfortunately later use on so many of his victims. As Jeffrey Dahmer started at Revere High School, he was often seen as an outcast. He began drinking hard alcohol at the age of 14, telling classmates that it was his medicine. His friends noticed him smuggling the booze into class and even storing them in his locker, but the staff found him polite and highly intelligent, though with average grades. He would also hardly talk to people. Jeffrey briefly participated in the high school band and was an avid tennis player, but the faculty believed that his grades only failed because of his laziness and not his lack of intelligence.
Under most conditions, he acts polite, kind, courteous. I mean, I'm imagining in my mind those occasions when he attacked the victims. That was a monster who was out of control.
Surprisingly, he is very articulate, and when he is talking, you can see how he was able to manipulate his victims and how he was able to get away with it for so long. He also talks about his horrendous crimes in great detail, but in a very clinical manner, and you realize that none of it has touched him.
He had a pretty rough time here, as did a lot of us. You know, he was the constant victim of harassment and abuse and was beat up a lot, especially early on. Later, you know, they sort of got bored with him, but early on, I imagine he had it pretty tough.
I had normal friendships in high school, but after that, I started in with the alcohol, drinking, a lot of solitary drinking, and really never had any close friendships after that, after high school. Just sort of lived in my own thought life, fantasy world.
When we got to high school, it was when suddenly he became this incredible freak, you know, with the drinking and erratic behavior.
By the time he hit puberty, Jeffrey soon realized that he was gay, though he didn't inform his parents.
Did you ever consider talking to your parents, to your dad, about homosexuality? Is that something that you felt you could ever raise?
Early on, I really didn't know that much about it myself. All I knew was that it was something that was to be kept hush-hush, not talked about, not even thought about. So I just kept it all within me and never talked about sexual issues at all, really.
If Jeff had come to you and said, "Dad, I'm a homosexual," how would you have reacted?
I think I would have started in on a program to try to change his thinking.
So you would not have been accepting?
No, no.
Do you believe to this day that he is, as a homosexual, living in a state of sin?
If you believe the inspired word of God, which I do, that is sin. It's repugnant to God.
Do you think Jeff was ashamed of his homosexuality?
I think so.
He certainly hid it from you.
Mm-hmm. He sure did.
Did he ever talk about his feelings about homosexuals?
No, absolutely not. But Jeff would never discuss his inner feelings. Never.
Did you think that was odd?
I accepted it because I knew it was Jeff.
Never understood it. There was no use trying to fight it because I couldn't rid myself of it. It was too powerful and persistent.
Do you dislike it?
Yes, it's caused a lot of problems for me. A lot of conflicts and unanswered questions.
There also is a feeling that he may have been a homophobic gay person.
He wasn't. He was, Phil, he was an active member in the gay community in Milwaukee.
He was?
Yes. He went to the bars.
Well, that's not political action.
No, I said he was active.
He was a socially
and
active gay person.
He was an out homosexual in the gay bars.
Do you think if you had been able to talk about that in a more open way with your dad, for instance, that it would have helped, might have broken this veil of secrecy and enabled you to keep yourself from going down that road?
I don't know exactly what, if anything, would have ever kept me from going down that road. Talking about it, I don't think would have made that much difference. Because, like I said, there were things going on in my head that I would have never opened up and talked about with anybody.
If you had had any experience, a heterosexual experience at that time of life, I wonder what you would have. I don't know. I don't desire it now, and I didn't desire it then.
In his early teen years, he had a short relationship with an unknown teenage boy, though they never had sex.
You think Jeffrey was an abused child?
I know Jeffrey was an abused child.
I asked him where his first sexual experience was. His first sexual experience was with his father.
He said to you?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
All right, this is without proof. We should say that. I mean, if we're going to be responsible at all, we should...
That's true, but I see...
Any lawyer anywhere would remind the jury that this is hearsay.
When this story first broke in the papers, I still have family in Ohio. And I've kept up with this very closely. That Jeffrey had been molested when he was 8 years old by a neighbor. And that once when he was with you, he got drunk and told you that indeed it was his father and not a neighbor who molested him.
Is that true, Nick?
Yes, it is.
Jeffrey Dahmer told you that his father molested him?
In the course of our relationship, I guess, I was inquisitive into the background of his life because he had no family. He did, but he did not claim any. He had a lot of hate and nothing good to say about it. And there was a time I asked, what was your first sexual experience, basically, to find a way, you know, how it developed into homosexual or heterosexual, etc. And he broke down and he told me for several years that he was abused by his father sexually.
Was Jeff sexually abused at any time?
No, never.
Was not abused by anyone in the home?
No.
Sexually?
No.
Were you molested?
Never. Never.
There are reports of abuse, physical abuse. There's not any confirmed reports of sexual abuse.
Phil, if I can just real quick, it wasn't a molestation. It went on until he was 16 years old with his father.
Yeah, that is your statement, and it is on the record.
There's no evidence of that other than
very good.
Than his.
He also had a guy on there who was supposed to have been Jeff's lover, and we had a cease and desist letter put out to Geraldo because of all the things that he was doing and saying.
And Jeff signed an affidavit that this was not true, and it turned out this later this fellow that appeared on Geraldo was a felon.
But it was this relationship where Dahmer began to fantasize about dominating and controlling a male partner. However, these fantasies would soon escalate before he gained the interest in dissecting them as well. Dahmer turned 16 and he noticed a local man who would often go jogging around the area, and he found him attractive. Jeffrey hid behind some bushes with a baseball bat, waiting for the man to run past, but on this particular day, he didn't show up, and no incident occurred. But this was Jeffrey Dahmer's first attempt at attacking someone.
From about 15 years on up, a great deal of my thoughts were basically unshareable with anyone. So I just closed myself off and put on a mask of normalcy.
I had these obsessive desires and thoughts wanting to control them, to, I don't know how to put it, possess them permanently.
And that's why you killed them?
Right, right. Not because I was angry with them, not because I hated them, but because I wanted to keep them with me.
Where did that need for control come from? Do you have any idea?
I don't know, maybe I felt I had no control as a child or young adult, and that got mixed in with my sexuality, and I ended up doing what I did was my way of feeling in complete control, at least for that situation. Creating my own little world where I had the final say. Finding the best looking guy that I could and having total mastery over him for as long as I wanted. Lust played a big part of it. Controlling lust. That was the motive.
Despite being quiet, Dahmer would often stage pranks at school, becoming known as the class clown, even leading to him faking epileptic seizures or cerebral palsy at school or in local supermarkets.
A bunch of us got together and raised, put a pool in of $35, I think it was, for him to put on a performance at the mall of his seizures and epileptic fits and various acts of weirdness.
By 1977, his grades began to decline further, leading to his parents hiring him a private tutor to no avail. That same year, his mother and father sought marriage counselling in an attempt to save their relationship, as their arguments were continuing. Lionel soon discovered that Joyce had had an affair, so they agreed to divorce, but to do so amicably. Lionel moved out in early 1978, leaving the two boys in her care.
I was desperately trying to keep the marriage together. My wife wanted to go off and find herself, she said, which means I don't know what. But
how did Jeff take it?
Jeff, I think he told me that it disturbed him very much.
Were you pretty upset by that breakup?
I knew it was inevitable.
Yeah.
It was pretty obvious. Yeah, I was upset.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
His mother and father divorced, but his mother was a non-functional mother. She had psychological problems, and as witness to that, she is in seclusion.
Right.
Where is his mother? She's in seclusion.
Right.
People generally look at me as sort of not emotional, and I come off as maybe a little bit remote because of that.
Well, you were holding back your emotions just now.
But they don't realize that I have very deep feelings inside.
I wish I had an answer. It's a terrible feeling to have this unending, unknown, why did this happen? What's the purpose of this happening? The horribleness that so many people have had to go through. I wish I could come up with an answer. That would be useful. It isn't useful to speculate on what small, tiny little things did we spank our child, and that turned him into as they called me, a monster maker. Jeff was raised with all the love and care and concern that any child could be raised with, and what happened to him? I don't know. I wish I knew. I'd give anything to know.
Jeffrey continued his drinking problem, even leading to a teacher spotting him sitting near the school's car park, downing several cans of beer. They threatened to report the incident, but Jeffrey claimed that he was experiencing a lot of problems at home, and that the school's guidance counselor was well aware of them. Just a few weeks later, Dahmer graduated from high school. That same year, Joyce moved out with her youngest son David to live with some relatives. Dahmer, who was now 18 years old, chose to remain in the family house alone, and his parents' divorce was finalized on July the 24th, 1978.
I pretty much had the place to myself. I was drinking a lot during that time, and just, I don't know, looking for something to, some way to find some fulfillment, some pleasure. And I acted on my fantasies, and that's where everything went wrong.
He was embarrassed and ashamed that his parents were divorced. See, I did not. Oh yes, very much so. He didn't want his friends to know. He withheld his true feelings. He was very good at disguising his feelings, but he was ashamed and embarrassed.
They didn't let me run wild. They disciplined me, and so I felt accountable to them. But afterwards, after I left the home, that's when I started wanting to sort of create my own little world where I could be the one who had the complete control where I didn't have to bow to anyone else's demands, and I just took it way too far.
I always knew that it was wrong, but after the first killing was not planned.
When his mother left and he wanted to stay behind, he became very lonely. And that's when the first murder occurred.
3 weeks after Jeffrey Dahmer graduated high school, his long rampage would begin. On June the 18th, 1978, Jeffrey Dahmer picked up a hitchhiker by the name of Stephen Mark Hicks, who was about to turn 19.
From 15 on, I had this reoccurring fantasy of meeting a hitchhiker on the road, and of taking him hostage and doing what I wanted with him. About 3 years later, I was 18 years old, driving home. I saw this hitchhiker about a mile from my house. Thought to myself, should I stop and pick him up, or should I just keep on going? I wish I just kept on going, but I didn't. I turned around, picked him up, and that's when the nightmare became a reality.
Dahmer noticed Hicks' bare chest, which gained his immediate interest, inviting him back to his place to share some drinks. Hicks was on his way to a rock concert in Lockwood Corners, but did agree to the company. They hung out for a few hours drinking and listening to music until Hicks decided that he wanted to leave, but Dahmer didn't like this idea.
Apparently felt so alone that he picked up this hitchhiker, and when this hitchhiker wanted to leave, he wanted him to stay so badly, he hit him with a barbell. And I kind of think that it was more of an accident than an intentional, thought-out killing.
He bludgeoned Stephen Hicks with a 10-pound dumbbell from behind, twice as he sat in a chair. Once unconscious, Dahmer strangled him to death with the bar of the dumbbell before stripping him naked and masturbating above the corpse. The next day, Jeffrey dissected Hicks's body in his basement before burying the remains in a grave in his backyard. However, just a few weeks later, Dahmer dug up the remains before cutting the flesh off of the bones. He then dissolved them in acid before flushing the solution down the toilet and crushing the bones with a sledgehammer and scattering them in some nearby woods.
It's a process. It doesn't happen overnight. When you depersonalize another person and view them as just an object for pleasure instead of a living, breathing human being, it seems to make it easier to do things you shouldn't do.
6 weeks later, Dahmer's father Lionel and his new fiancée Sherry returned to the home to move in. At one point, he spotted his son's bedroom, which was completely filled with empty liquor bottles.
Sherry and I came upon our house, and Jeff was there all alone. And Jeff looked like an abandoned animal. How would you describe it?
Well, he was forlorn.
Yeah.
He stated later that he felt totally, it's the first time he felt so lonely. That's when he went out looking for someone to stay with him.
We got along fine. Jeff was able to separate his personal relationship with his parents and his mother and with me. He accepted me as an individual.
Did he love his mother, Lionel?
Yes, he did. But he, had a very rough time with her physical and mental problems.
I've known Sherry a minimum of 20 years. When I moved from West Virginia to Ohio to go to Kent State. And that's where I met, not at Kent, I didn't meet Sherry at Kent State, but I met her while I was in Kent working.
Was this a dysfunctional family in your experience?
I wouldn't even call it a family. To me, I feel guilt, and I've really struggled with it. I went into a crying spasm till my husband had to take me to the doctor's just a few nights ago, because in retrospect, I saw this coming and I didn't stop it.
The only thing that became obvious by sheer accident, I came home early one day and he was passed out on the bed drunk. And then I found out that he had been in the liquor cabinet, and he would replace the empty bottles with water. So he was a closet alcoholic. That's the only thing that flagged.
Something wonderful happens to a woman when she becomes a mother. Women who are not mothers can also be wonderful, but mothers are special. Through no fault of her own, Sherry Jordan never was able to have children. So when she told me she was going to marry Lionel, I said, Sherry, here's your chance. You don't have to be pregnant. You don't have to do anything. You got 2 handsome sons. You can have that family now. But she called them her nemesis. And never once when we were at lunch or when we were out with the girls shopping, all the rest of us talking about our families, never once did she ever mention the children other than to say she definitely despised David. She called him her nemesis, and she said Jeff was just no damn good. Those were her words. And Lionel has his PhD in chemistry. And it's the same old story. College boy meets girl, and girl puts boy through school, and when boy gets PhD, boy dumps wife and gets new wife. Well, only the law took a dim view of that, and Lionel had to pay for his ex-wife's education and also child support for David. And that just killed Sherry. She just could not accept it.
Was she a wicked stepmother?
She is the epitome of a wicked stepmother.
That August, Jeffrey enrolled at Ohio State University, wishing to major in business studies. However, he was incredibly unproductive due to his constant alcohol abuse throughout the entire term. His grades all failed except riflery, which was only a B-. Lionel had paid in advance for the entire year, but Jeffrey dropped out after just 3 months.
You're looking good though, you look nice and trim.
Oh, that's good to hear.
You look like you're working out.
No.
Aren't you?
Oh, I haven't worked.
Looking at Jeff, he looks entirely normal, clean cut, very nicely dressed, responds very sociably. You still keep up your membership there, though. There's nothing to indicate, really, that he had recently killed people.
No, I've been surviving on McDonald's food for, since I moved down there.
In January, Lionel managed to convince his son to enlist in the United States Army, where he trained as a medical specialist in San Antonio, Texas. On July the 13th, he was stationed in Baumholder, West Germany as a combat medic, and he was described as a somewhat decent soldier.
He was very smart individual, a person just like you and I. I mean, you could walk by a serial killer on the street and you never know. And so he was racist. He would get drunk. Oh, my dad told me about niggers and spics and Jews and this, that, and the other. And when he drank, it really got bad. But he was very, very quiet. Most 18-year-olds would talk about their girlfriends they had in high school. He never talked about any of that. He never talked about his mother. It was always his dad, his dad, his dad.
Serial killers are normal. They look normal, they talk normal, they act normal. And so the public needs to be aware that there are people walking amongst us that are potential killers.
He'd look over my shoulder and watch me, and I'd explain to him what I was doing while I was examining and taking care of the patients. He really cared for the patients. When he was working with me and working under me, he really tried to learn.
I didn't care for him, not knowing that he killed anybody, but I didn't care for him. He just wasn't, and I grew up in New York, Long Island, the melting pot. I got along with whites, blacks, Jews, Chicanos,
Right.
New Yorkers, So it wasn't anything about that. It's just I didn't like him. His spirit just didn't rub me the wrong way.
He's a nice guy, full of charm. I trusted him the whole 9 yards,
He never emerged, never became one of the guys, as we referred to it over there. The term we used to utilize is barracks rat. He'd get up in the morning, go to work. When work was over with, he'd come back down to the barracks and he'd stay right there in the barracks. He'd talk about his problems he had at home, about how he didn't get along with his mother, how he didn't get along with his father. But yet there was one part of it that he never get into. He just referred to it as the problem he couldn't discuss.
The other soldiers really didn't care for Jeff. You know, we tolerated him. I mean, to me, I just couldn't wrap my head around the fact that he never made formation. Because when I was there, I basically ran the platoon. I wasn't a platoon sergeant. Sergeant Chris was the platoon sergeant. That's the sergeant that sent me out in the field with Dahmer and got me promoted to sergeant before I left Germany. But nobody really cared for him because he was weird. This is after I left. It talks about it in the book, The Shrine of Jeffrey Dahmer by Brian Masters, how they went to a whorehouse. It was legal in Germany, and he wouldn't go in.
Jeff Dahmer, when I knew him, was a very intelligent individual. You could name just about any subject in the world at all, and he could carry on a lengthy and very intelligent conversation on it. And, you know, people are saying he's insane, he's crazy, yeah. If he is, my guess is that it happened after he got out of the military.
However, years later, two came out to claim that Dahmer raped them during his time there. One, claiming to have been Dahmer's roommate, stated that Jeffrey raped him frequently over the course of 17 months, while the other claims that Dahmer drugged and raped him inside an armoured personnel carrier.
He joined the military and he just did anything he wanted, and that's where that charm came in.
We were out on the field exercise, and I was driving probably 20 hours out of the day, and our vehicle broke down, and the last couple of days of the exercise, I was drugged here by Jeffrey. And so I had retrograde amnesia for 30 years. My trauma didn't really start until October of '79. I started having nightmares and flashbacks. And I realized what happened to me, but I didn't have the whole picture. God was showing me little bits at a time. And so I went through my medical records, and throughout my career, I had rectal issues. Like every 3 or 4 years, I would get really bad hemorrhoids. And so I was on a serial killer website probably a year or so later. And I found out I was in this book called The Shrine of Jeffrey Dahmer, and it described how we were at a Thanksgiving dinner at a soldier's house, and there's probably 8 soldiers there, and a blizzard started, and we got into an argument, and I put him out in the blizzard. So he came back like 3 hours later, didn't know where he'd been, what he'd done, with blood on his hands, and I had no recollection of this. Now, mind you, this incident with Jeff happened a month after my trauma, and I had no recollection of my trauma. And so, you know, in the book it describes, you know, how he came back in disarray, blood on his hands, didn't know what he'd done. So years later, the other survivor, Billy Capshaw, and I surmised that there was a German national named Erika Hanstut that was murdered right around that time. So we surmised that Jeffrey probably killed her.
We were introduced to each other by another soldier that thought we'd be good roommates. And come to find out later, I found out the reason they wanted me in there, I was the youngest guy, is because nobody else wanted to be in there. So, you know, he was constantly drinking. They never said anything to me about any of that stuff when I got there about him. You know, kind of pawned me off on the serial killer, you know.
The other survivor, Billy Capshaw, was my replacement. Now, he was beaten and tortured in the barracks for 15 months. Nobody helped him. His prostate gland was cut out. He was beat with a pipe, a bunk adapter repeatedly. He jumped out of a window, broke his hip. He told military personnel that he was being abused, and they did nothing.
I got there in February, and I have a record. It says 17-year-old male, and it has my name on it, but it says February, but it doesn't have an exact date. But right after I got there, he tied me up. I'm skipping a lot of stuff. Okay, we had a fight, and I was drugged and tied up, and that night when I got loose is when I jumped out the window. To make a long story short, I was beat, and jumped out the window and fractured my pelvis and my left hip.
He yelled me, drugged me, and
I'd have to, jumped out a window, 2-story window, broke my pelvis and my hip.
Okay, now this was the second night.
I was there. Yes,
that
sir.
you were there.
Yes, sir.
And you said he drugged you and beat you.
Yes.
And he also beat you.
Yes, he beat me so hard that I of course yelled, but if I yelled, he would hit me harder to stop the yelling. I just gave up. I just gave up, you know? And I cannot, for the sake of me, understand why anyone would want to glamorize that guy at all. That's sick. He either beat me before or after he beat me. And I have no clue why, unless, you know, I had a very good doctor, Dr. Gene Waterman, that took me under his wing for about 26 years. And that's very confusing, you know.
Yeah.
It was like, to me, that at the time, I had to be very careful, you know. So I had to watch him constantly. And that's what my focus was, to stay alive. That's was the whole thing.
I was not afraid of Jeff. Jeff urinated in my boots on one occasion, which another soldier told me about, because I didn't remember. And I beat him up. Now, Billy was a young kid. He was a young 17-year-old kid, quiet. I'm from New York. I could have had a chance to box. So I wasn't afraid. So that said, after I left, he said, I should have killed that nigga when I had a chance. But see, had he killed me, Miss Jasmine, he couldn't have got back to Germany.
I begged and begged and begged for somebody to listen to me. The reason why, that back then it was post-Vietnam. Vietnam had been over for 4 or 5 years. And everybody in there, a lot of people in there, I'm not going to say everybody, but a lot of the people were trying to come down. They were still in the military from Vietnam, from being in combat in Vietnam. And it was just, you know, it was very, very bad to be a gay person. You were not allowed in the military if you were gay. If you said something about, they kicked you out of the military with a bad conduct discharge, which kind of ruins your life, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I knew all that stuff from going through boot camp, and I'm a heterosexual male. So I did tell people, and people, they did a kit, and then it's like they didn't care about me anymore after that. You know?
Yeah.
It's just they just let it continue.
He had him locked in a room. He tortured him, abused him, stole his checks, but he couldn't figure out a way to get rid of Billy, because if he did, where's Billy Capshaw? To me, I just could not wrap my head around the fact that Billy Capshaw was locked in a room for 13 to 15 months, beat, tortured, and soldiers that actually worked under me did nothing.
I believe the military knew. I spent a many a night laying in my house, and I'm like, how could they not know? Because I was in the military. He had a very short stint. I was in almost 10 years. And so, you know, I knew the structure on how it went. You make formation, which is where you're accounted for, where we have all the cooks, whatever. And then you run, you shower, and then you go to your particular job area. This man never made formation. Jeff made formation when I was there. How in the heck could they not know that this man was being tortured? I wrestled with that, and I finally came to the conclusion that everything in this spiritual realm or in the flesh is not for me to know. Something, God knows all. It's not for me to know, because I would have lost my mind trying to figure out how in the hell did the military, they had to know.
They did know.
They had to know.
I have a letter that was written to me about 10 years ago from a warrant officer. He was under investigation for the death of a man named Hans. He was the last one seen with Hans.
He who?
Jeff. Jeff was under the investigation, I'm sorry, for the murder of a man named Hans. Yeah, they knew.
You would have potentially been his second victim.
I would have been the second.
Yeah.
Because they don't just stop.
Right.
They don't just stop.
No.
So he had bodies in between, no doubt.
He used me for his weird, insane stuff. He tried to take my prostate out. I have a stab mark underneath my scrotum. I have stab marks in my chest. I have, and he liked to use ice picks and things like that.
Oh my
and
God.
The reason why I found out later is because it's less bleeding.
I went to Fort Thomas, Kentucky for a PTSD program, inpatient. It's 8 weeks, and you have to be willing to write down your trauma twice. And so what they do is, the way I like to describe it is they break you down like a Samsonite suitcase, and they reframe your thinking. So they were like, listen, you were a 20-year-old young man. You didn't remember. You did the best that you could. And I mean, you basically go through the fire, and it helped me a lot. Wow. And so my wife will, not so much now, but she'll like, oh, just get over it. This shit never goes away.
I was going to ask you that.
You learn to manage it.
Trauma does some strange things to you. Yeah. Sexual trauma and torture. My military papers say torture. But, when you get tortured and drugged, it'll do some strange things to your mind.
Yeah.
That's how he learned to fine-tune his skills. A medic. To be able to concoct concoctions, Ativan and ketamine. Ketamine was originally used as a horse tranquilizer. It's used now in pediatric surgeries for children. You have a young child that goes in for, say, a tonsillectomy. When they wake up, they don't remember anything, right? So it wipes your memory. And then if you couple that with the fact that the trauma that you went through and your body's already gonna push that down. When I tell you I lost time, this happened in October, the very next month, when we got into that conflict. And this is documented, this is in the book. I didn't write the book. I'm mentioned by name. The very next month, I had no recollection of the trauma. I left Germany in February, and I deleted him from my mental Rolodex. I was sitting in my parents' house in 1996, and they were doing a thing on serial killers, and he was the last one that they profiled. And I still didn't remember.
Why would anyone beat you up on the internet? I don't understand that.
Well, if you look at the comments.
Don't look at the comments, Billy. But why? I don't understand that, though. Why? You did nothing wrong.
No, I didn't. But there's sympathizers out there.
Well, I went through severe survivor's guilt because those people followed me. And so I had to wrap my head around the fact that, damn, you didn't remember what happened to you, yo.
Yeah.
And so I carried, if you want to say, those 17 souls, man, for years, yo.
Allegedly, Jeffrey would even consume alcohol in the barracks, and once in a drunken state, he would confess to the soldiers that he murdered the guy in Ohio. But nobody took him seriously, and nobody reported it.
Was the murder that he was talking about in 78, was that the problem that he couldn't discuss with me? There's that one way that he couldn't open up to me, and I'm just wondering if that was it.
As Jeffrey continued to abuse alcohol, his performance deteriorated, and in March of 1981, he was deemed unsuitable for the military and was discharged from the army. On March the 24th, Dahmer was sent to Fort Jackson, South Carolina for debriefing and was given a plane ticket to travel anywhere in the entire country. However, Jeffrey couldn't bear to have to face his father, so he instead opted to head to Miami Beach in Florida. He managed to get a job at a delicatessen and rented a room in a motel. Most of his wages were spent on alcohol, and he was soon evicted after failing to pay the rent. He began to spend his evenings on the beach as he continued to work at the delicatessen, but he did end up gaining the courage to phone up his father and asked to return to their home in Ohio.
You never saw a change in him.
even after he was a teenager and says he killed his first man.
I couldn't perceive a real distinct change of any kind, but I did see a gradual deterioration with respect to alcoholism.
What happened to you in the 9 years in between that you were able to stop, that you were able to control yourself?
It just wasn't an opportunity to fully express what I wanted to do. There was just not the physical opportunity to do it then.
In September, he returned to live with his father and stepmother, helping with the chores while he looked for further employment. He continued to drink, and just 2 weeks after coming home, he was arrested for drunken disorderly conduct, being fined $60 and being given a suspended 10-day jail sentence.
He was getting arrested once or twice a year.
Disorderly conduct.
Disorderly conduct. He also pulled a gun out in a bar one time. So we thought we were going up there to get him out of trouble in regards to his drinking problem. Again, no hint that there was a darker side to his life.
Lionel tried his absolute best to get his son clean off of the alcohol, but all attempts failed. In December, Lionel and Sherry sent Jeffrey to live with his grandmother in West Allis, Wisconsin. She was the only family member who Jeffrey would ever talk about with any kind of affection. The family hoped that her influence, as well as a change of scenery, might help Jeffrey clear his head and get off the alcohol. And at first, it actually went pretty well. He went to church with his grandmother, did all of the chores, sought employment, and followed all of her rules, but he did continue to frequently drink and smoke.
He loved his grandmother dearly.
Yeah.
He knew it was unconditional love.
Yeah.
Grandma never judged anything. He was just loved.
Packed his lunch when he went to work, when he was staying with her in Milwaukee. Made dinner for him. Was always concerned about everything he did.
To this day, I don't know what started it. And the person to blame is sitting right across from you. That's the only person. Not parents, not society, not pornography. I mean, those are just excuses.
In early 1982, he did manage to get a job as a phlebotomist at the Milwaukee Blood Plasma Center, holding on to the employment for 10 months before being laid off. For the next 2 years, Dahmer remained unemployed and relied solely on his grandmother for financial support. On August the 7th, 1982, not long before losing his job, Jeffrey Dahmer visited Wisconsin State Fair Park and exposed himself to a crowd of 25 women and children, being arrested for indecent exposure and fined $50 plus court costs.
I hadn't been in contact with Jeff, although I tried, and yet no one had ever let me know that Jeff had been in any kind of trouble at all during the years.
I would like people to know that he's not what the public perceives him to be only. That is, some type of a bad monster, some type of an evil monster. I see the other picture of him, like when I came home one day, he was stuck in the mud at the end of the driveway. His dog Frisky was circling around, jumping, and it looked like they were playing. I stopped and got out and pulled him out of the mud and lifted up there's tears streaming down his eyes, and then he started laughing and crying at the same time, and I could still feel his sweet breath.
In January of 1985, Dahmer finally managed to get a job as a mixer at the Milwaukee Ambrosia Chocolate Factory, working 11 p.m. until 7 a.m. 6 nights a week, only having Saturday evenings off.
So what have you been doing lately? Working and working and working and working?
Working next week, starting Monday. I go back to work Sunday nights.
Oh, boy. So you go back to work this Sunday night?
Right.
You met Dahmer in a gay bar, and you dated for 2 to 3 months in 1985, so?
I don't believe it, but I do.
What you mean you're surprised about it?
I didn't know it was him until, I didn't even remember his name, it was so long ago. And I didn't realize it until I saw his picture, and that's when everything snapped to me.
Oh. And you recall what about Jeffrey Dahmer from close up? Socially, his behavior, what he talked about, etc.
A person that you would meet and not remember. A person that never made a mark. Really jealous. And basically introverted. Not aggressive at all. At the time that I met him, it was not as so-called lovers, but more off as a relationship semi-regular.
How long did it last, Nick?
It began in the end of June, beginning of July in 1985 for approximately 2 months, 2.5 months.
When was his first killing in Milwaukee?
To my knowledge?
Yes.
I don't have one.
I think it was shortly after you two broke up.
That's what everything has been leading to point to.
Well, you're looking good. Grandma was saying that she thought that you got quite a bit thinner, but you look fit. I don't know.
Well, I've been surviving mostly on McDonald's food. It's just so much easier just to pop into the restaurant. But
yeah,
like I said before, it gets too expensive, and
it does.
I have to start eating at home more.
I know that when I was with Jeff, I met him in a nightclub situation. We saw each other for an extended period of time. He saw no one else.
Yeah.
We did not live together.
Yeah.
We did not spend the night together. There's a lot of peculiarities that didn't go with it.
You did have sex together.
Yes, we did.
And he would leave the apartment. He would not stay, or he wouldn't sleep. In other words, you were alone in the morning.
In the evening. But it wasn't like it was an exclusive situation, but I couldn't understand it as him being so jealous for him to not want to stay.
If you talked to a waiter, he became upset.
There was a lot of times in public that, yes, very, very, very possessive. I can't go against what has been proven and said, but at the time that I knew Jeff Dahmer, it would have been, to this day, I can't fathom it being true, although I'm sure it is. But the time that I knew him, it's a total opposite personality.
You were even in his grandma's house, weren't you?
That's where I first met Jeff.
Were you in the basement where he allegedly killed 3 people?
Yes, Geraldo, I was.
Anything? You see any chemistry sets there? Any acid?
No, in my discussions of this, there was no indications to the effect of anything that would lead me to give me a flag for personal safety or even concern.
You woke up at what, 8 this morning?
Right.
And then you cleaned up your apartment really nicely so you could show us what it looks like?
Yeah, I want you to come over if you feel like it. I haven't done any dusting or vacuuming or anything. I do that on Sundays.
But you never thought of him as weird?
No, it was not if it's not acceptably normal, but in the normal sense of that lifestyle, it was normal.
Right.
Do you know who the other person is there? That beautiful blonde sitting on the couch? Yawning?
And Sherry.
That's right.
And who is this?
Yes.
That's Cousin Jeff.
Yes.
Oh, my word. Did you see what he did? He's still great.
Looks like a bunch of satisfied people sitting around here.
Did you get Topper and Grandma's last?
Yes.
Not long after getting the job, Dahmer was in the West Dallas Public Library when another man threw a note at him offering him oral sex. Dahmer didn't respond, but it did reignite the dominance fantasies he had as a teenager, leading to him frequently visiting Milwaukee's gay bars, gay bathhouses and bookstores. He even stole a male mannequin from a store and used it for sexual stimulation, until his grandmother discovered it in the closet and demanded that he get rid of it, but no further action was taken.
You learned from your mother that Jeff has full-size male mannequin in his closet. I must tell you something seriously wrong, right?
We thought again it was related to his homosexual desires.
You then knew he was homosexual?
Yes. Okay. Oh, yes.
And you knew it. How'd you handle that?
Not well.
Not very well. I'm a believer in absolute truth. I think people that don't believe in absolute truth are maybe prone to be more liberal with error. And I believe that the Bible teaches that that is something that you should avoid, just like too much food, too much drink, too much of anything. And I took him, it's something to be conquered, I felt. So I took him to a psychiatrist, and really it was for mostly, at that point, the drinking.
By late 1985, Dahmer was regularly visiting bathhouses, which he found relaxing. But as he hooked up with men, he found it frustrating that they were moving during sex. He viewed them as objects of pleasure and not people. So as of June 1986, he began putting sleeping pills in drinks for his partners and then rehearing their unconscious bodies. However, due to his bizarre behaviour, his membership was revoked and he was banned from the bathhouses, resorting to visiting hotel rooms thereafter instead. Not long after, Dahmer read a newspaper about an 18-year-old man's funeral, which gave him the idea to dig up the corpse and take it home. He allegedly attempted to do this, but the soil proved to be far too hard to dig up, so he abandoned the entire plan. In August, Jeffrey Dahmer masturbated in front of two 12-year-old boys at the Kinnickinnic River and was arrested. Originally, he confessed to the crime and was again charged for indecent exposure, but then he changed his story and claimed that he was simply urinating and didn't realise the two children were there. Due to this change of story, his charge was then altered to disorderly conduct, and on March the 10th, 1987, he was sentenced to 1 year probation and was forced to go to counselling.
You saw Jeffrey Dahmer masturbating in a park in Milwaukee. You encouraged now you're 12 at the time, and you're with a buddy, right?
Yeah, I was with a friend named John.
You encouraged an old lady, an old and a senior citizen, to call the cops.
Mm-hmm.
She did, the cops came, they couldn't find him.
Yeah.
You go back to the area where he was, and he starts chasing you.
This is correct.
Finally, the cops get him.
Yeah, they didn't. I was surprised because the cops actually went into the parkway to look for him, which normally no one will because it's so hard to find people or anyone in that parkway.
Finally, they get him, and as he's being hauled away in the paddy wagon, does he shout at you?
Yes, he's threatened to come back and kill us, but we didn't believe him at the time because we figured it was an empty threat.
The two of you never really communicated all that much, did you, father and son?
Not on any deep level, no. We talked about superficial things. Never really had a real deep heart-to-heart talk about what was going on inside our own minds. I was always a very private person. I didn't like to open up and share anything with anyone. I like to keep my thoughts to myself.
I have things that he wrote from school expressing love, and he told me that he loved me very much. And when Sherry and I went visit him at the prison, talked to him on the phone, he expressed how grateful he was for bringing us together, for sort of a rehumanizing
Of course, you loved him a lot.
I loved him very deeply.
Did he ever talk to you about his feelings about anything? Did he ever say to you, Dad, I'm lonely?
No.
Did he ever say, Dad,
No.
I need you?
No, he did not. He didn't. He just glossed over things. I think he was very lonely.
I went through a period of about a year and a half or two trying to decide what might be a significant factor, a causal agent. Went through the whole gamut, divorce, medication, environment, genetics, and what I ended up with was quite a bit of questions, but no firm answers.
Jeff was a victim of a compulsion, an obsession.
Each time you got him out of trouble, and each time you talked to him after he had been arrested, did he talk to you about what he had done?
He was so embarrassed at each incident, he could just hardly say anything.
Before the second time, things had been building up gradually, going to bookstores, going to the bars, the gay bars, bath clubs. When that wasn't enough, buying sleeping pills and using it on various guys in the bath clubs. It just escalated slowly but surely. And after the second time, which was not planned, it was out of control. It felt like it was out of control.
On November the 20th, 1987, Jeffrey Dahmer still lived with his grandmother, but he met a 25-year-old man named Stephen Toomey at a bar and invited him back to his room at the Ambassador Hotel in Milwaukee. Dahmer actually had no intention of killing the man, but instead drugging and hitting his unconscious body. However, the next morning, he woke up to find Toomey lying beneath him on the bed. His chest was crushed in and black and blue, covered in bruises. Blood was coming out of the corner of his mouth, and Dahmer's fists and one forearm were severely bruised. Jeffrey claimed that he had absolutely no memory of what happened, and he was mortified that it took place.
When I woke up in the morning, he had a broken rib here, was heavily bruised. Apparently I had beaten him to death with my fists.
And you have no memory
I
of
have
it?
no memory of it. But that's what started the whole spree all over again. My forearms were bruised, and his chest was bruised, and blood was coming out of his mouth. He was hanging over the side of the bed, and I have no memory of beating him to death, but I must have. And that's when it all started again.
And once it started again, you found it impossible to stop.
Right, that's when the obsession went into full swing.
He shoved Toomey's body in a large suitcase to transport it to his grandmother's home. A week later, he severed the head, arms and legs before cutting the bones out from the body and then cutting the flesh into small enough pieces to handle. He then placed the skin inside plastic bags, wrapped the bones inside a sheet, and pounded them into splinters with a sledgehammer. This entire process took around 2 hours, and he simply disposed of all of Toomey's remains in the trash except for his head. Dahmer kept it wrapped in a blanket, and after 2 weeks he boiled it in a mixture of Soilex and bleach to try to retain the skull, which he then used for masturbation. However, the skull eventually became too brittle from all of the bleach, and he had to destroy and get rid of it.
I was saving body parts such as skulls and skeletons. It just seems so bizarre to me that this obsession that I had been thinking about and wanting, just all the parts are there, and they make it possible to make it happen.
When you killed these men, afterwards, were you repulsed? Were you upset?
No, at the time it was almost addictive. It was almost a surge of energy. I wouldn't have to worry about any of their needs or anything. I just had complete control of the situation.
After the ambassador one, did you find that pleasurable, or was that equally frightening? For what reason was that one frightening?
Because it was a totally unplanned, it was a total surprise to me that it happened.
That it happened, yeah.
It's believed that Dahmer simply didn't remember murdering Toomey because he was just that intoxicated. After this death, Dahmer became addicted and actively sought out victims near gay bars where he would lure them back to his grandmother's house. 2 months later, he met a 14-year-old Native American prostitute named James Doxtator, and he offered him $50 to pose for nude pictures at his home. Once there, they exchanged in sexual activity before Dahmer drugged him and strangled him in the cellar. He left the body there for an entire week before dismembering it the same way he did to Toomey. He once again disposed of the remains but boiled and kept the skull, though it had the same results, and he again would have to destroy and get rid of it.
Your dad says he never realized how deeply troubled you were because he just thought you were shy the way he had been, shy as a boy. Do you think the signs were there and he just missed them?
No, I don't think so. Because I had thoughts, I had fantasies, but there was no outward show of anything that was wrong.
You were pretty good at keeping it all inside.
Right, I kept it inside, didn't share any of my thoughts or emotions with anybody.
So how would I ever know?
No, you never saw any of it, as far as I know.
I did not really hear from anyone about any of these activities. And that's what really strikes me now, is if I would have known, what would I have done about it? I think I would have done a lot about it.
Did you like feeling evil?
No, I didn't, but I had tried to overcome the thoughts, and it worked for a while, but eventually I gave in. Once it happened the first time, it just seemed like it had control of my life from there on in.
On March the 24th, 1988, Jeffrey Dahmer met 22-year-old bisexual Richard Guerrero outside a bar. He offered him $50 just to spend the night with him, to which he agreed. Once at his home, he drugged Guerrero with sleeping pills before strangling him with a leather strap. Dahmer then performed oral sex on the corpse and then dismembered the body within the next 24 hours, once again disposing of the remains in the trash. Like before, the skull became far too brittle and it would have to be destroyed months later.
He was a young man full of life and energy with the ambition to make others happy. As a loving person, he would always take the needs of others before his own. When you killed my brother, Richard Guerrero, you also killed my father and my mother's youngest future. And my 3 brothers' lives, including my life, my husband, and my 3 children, will never forget this tragedy that you inflicted upon us. Therefore, I would like to end my speech by saying in my language that Jeffrey, you are el diablo, el puro diablo que estaba suelto en las calles de nosotros. That means the devil, the pure devil that walked our streets and was loose. So, Your Honor, please, I beg you, don't let this man ever walk our streets or see daylight again.
When you try to keep a terrible secret like I was, it warps every other aspect of your life. But I managed to go to work, conduct myself just like anyone else would.
On April the 23rd, Dahmer lured an unknown man back to his house and once again drugged his coffee. However, his grandmother called down, "Is that you, Jeff?" Dahmer replied to suggest that he was alone, but once she peered her head into the room, she could see that he wasn't. Due to this, Jeffrey didn't kill the man in question, and once he became unconscious from the drugged coffee, he took him to the local hospital.
He said, "Do you want a drink?" I got a little upset. And I said, I already told you I'm here to get my car and that's it. So he said, okay, I understand, but I'm gonna make myself a cup of coffee. So I said, okay. I was drinking the coffee kind of quickly and I finished it and I said, okay, let's go. And he said, well, just a minute. He was staring at me in a way that was scary. It was almost like he was waiting for something to happen. And I got really dizzy, and I just went forward. And the last thing I saw was the floor and his shoes.
You want to take some picture of my back? He hit me with a rubber hammer on my neck.
I go to the nightclubs, drink, watch the striptease shows, and if I didn't meet anyone at the bars, I'd go to the bath clubs and meet someone there, offer them money, and we'd go back to the apartment, have a few drinks. I'd have the sleeping pill mixture already prepared. Person would drink it, fall asleep, and that's when they would be strangled.
In September, Dahmer's grandmother asked him to move out due to his behaviour of always bringing young men back to her house, as well as bizarre foul smells coming from the basement and the garage.
Several occasions my mother had complained about seeing some pornography around. So when I made the visit to Milwaukee, I saw this box in the closet in his room. I said, I'm going to open it. And I started going down to the basement to get a tool to open up the box. And he kept complaining that he couldn't even have 1 foot square of his own property to do with what he wants. And I said, I'm going to open it anyway, find out what's in here. Because that's what I thought it was, something related to pornography. And in fact, he convinced me to just wait till tomorrow, Dad, he said. And I'll open it for you then, but just don't do anything now. I don't want to disturb Grandma, because she was in a nearby room and she heard all this commotion that I was going through with Jeff. And so I'm in a way I'm glad, but in a way I'm not glad that I didn't press it, because if I would have opened that box and found what was in there, I think I would have lost it. Then the next day he opened it and he said, see, this is what it was. And in fact, he had stuffed some pornographic magazines in there.
But we now know the box contained a human head.
Yes.
And
it would have stopped. And I said, well, what would you have done, Jeff, if I'd opened it? And he said something like, the jig would have been up.
But it didn't take long for Jeffrey to land on his feet, finding his own apartment on North 25th Street and moving in on September the 25th. Just the next day, Jeffrey lured 13-year-old Somsak Synthesomphone back to his home, asking him to pose for nude photographs before sexually assaulting him. Somsak was able to escape and reported Dahmer to the authorities. In January 1989, Jeffrey Dahmer was convicted of second-degree sexual assault and of enticing a child. However, sentencing was suspended until May that year.
What's going through your mind right now?
very sad. See, when I dissociate myself from this, I can do okay, but when I let myself go, I can't.
When I went to visit him, I asked him what it had been like during all of these years, and
What did he say to that?
he said, I was so scared. I was scared every minute, and I tried to stop, and I couldn't.
During this time, as he awaited his sentence, on March the 25th, 1989, he met 24-year-old model Anthony Sears at a gay bar. Dahmer wasn't particularly looking for a crime that night, but he claimed that Sears began talking to him, so he lured him back to his grandmother's house. They performed oral sex on one another before Dahmer drugged and strangled him. The next morning, he placed the body in his grandmother's bathtub where he decapitated the corpse and then attempted to skin the body. He stripped the flesh and destroyed the bones, which he again got rid of in the trash. Dahmer admitted that he found Sears incredibly attractive and that he was the first victim where he kept the remains, preserving his head and genitalia, storing them in acetone, an organic compound, keeping them in his work locker.
I kept the mummified head and skull of one of the victims in a carrying case in my locker at work.
Were you almost flaunting it?
Yes, but that's how strong the compulsion was. That's how bizarre the desire was. I wanted to keep something of the person with me.
Why would it be my son, you know? I just want to thank E. Michael McCann for the good job he did. Boy, you did a good job too, but I'm glad McCann won it. And I want to thank the jury, and I want to thank you, Judge. And just keep this man off the street, please.
He sat there like nothing had happened, that everything he did was all right, and he understands that he's going to be punished for this, you know. He didn't have, I've seen no remorse at all up in that courtroom.
There was no time when you would see them and say, this is grotesque, what have I done?
There were times, but the compulsive obsession with doing what I was doing overpowered any feelings of revulsion.
On May the 23rd, 1989, Jeffrey Dahmer was sentenced to 5 years probation and 1 year in the House of Correction with work release. So he was able to keep his job, but he had to register as a sex offender.
A Laotian teen and molest him, that leads to an arrest, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did that perk some sign into you, that he had molested someone?
Oh, yes. We hired someone, an attorney, to represent him, and I argued for a very, very firm follow-up on a psychological basis. Don't let him out. His attorney actually let him out 4 months.
Attorney let him out?
Let him out.
You mean the court
Wanted to
Jeff
let
was of
him.
legal
The court
age,
let him out.
so we could not stop him. Lionel wrote a letter to the judge requesting that Jeff get psychological help.
He let him out earlier than what his sentence had been given.
And he got probation, right?
Right.
Yeah.
His father had written a letter to the judge saying, alcohol is my son's problem, he needs help, and there's evidence that alcohol, when he was drunk, he would get violent.
I am writing in regard to my son, Jeff Dahmer, who is scheduled to be released March 1990. I have reservations regarding Jeff's chances when he hits the streets. I have experienced an extremely frustrating time trying to urge initiation of some type of treatment. I sincerely hope that you might intervene in some way to help my son, who I love very much and for whom I want a better life. I do feel, though, that this may be our last chance to initiate something lasting, and that you can hold the key. Sincerely, yours, Lionel Dahmer. When I wrote that letter, I remember feeling someone's got to do something. I had no idea that would escalate to that horrible, gruesome situation.
2 months before the release of his work camp, he was paroled, and during this time he moved back in with his grandmother temporarily. But on May the 14th, 1990, he moved out to the Oxford Apartments on North 25th Street in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, taking the remains of Anthony Sears with him to his new home. Within just 1 week of moving in, Dahmer met 32-year-old prostitute Raymond Smith, promising him $50 for sex. Once inside his apartment, Dahmer gave him a drink with 7 sleeping pills laced inside, and then strangled him to death. The next day, he bought a Polaroid camera, taking several pictures of the body in sexual positions before dismembering him in the bathroom.
Why did you photograph them?
It was my way of remembering their appearance, their physical beauty. I also wanted to keep some, if I couldn't keep them there with me whole, at least I felt that I could keep their skeletons.
He boiled the legs, arms and pelvis in a steel kettle with Soilex, which allowed him to then rinse the bones in his sink. He then dissolved the rest of the remains in acid, but kept the skull. He spray painted it and kept it next to the skull of Sears in a filing cabinet. On May the 27th, Dahmer lured an unknown man back to his apartment, but on this occasion he accidentally drank the wrong drink and consumed the drugged one, passing out himself. Once waking up the next day, he realised the survivor had stolen several items of clothing, $300 and a watch. Dahmer chose to not report this incident to the police, though he did inform his probation officer that he had been robbed.
He had a probation officer, a woman.
Correct.
She's overworked.
100 cases or something.
100, yeah. More normal procedure would have her visit his home.
Under the best of circumstances, yes.
Which could have stopped this then.
Perhaps.
In June, he lured a 27-year-old acquaintance by the name of Edward Smith to his apartment, where he drugged and strangled him. Edward was a known associate of Dahmer, and the reason for the sudden murder is unknown. For a change of routine, Jeffrey decided to place Smith's entire skeleton in the freezer for several months, hoping to retain the moisture, but this failed, and he would dissolve the remains in acid months later. He did intend to keep the skull as usual, but he placed it in his oven to dry, and it ended up exploding. Dahmer felt awful about this death, as it was the first one where he was unable to keep any body parts as a trophy.
I'm sure Edward was a friend to Jeffrey Dahmer, as he was to us who knew him well. I have these pictures in my mind that are running continuously. How can anyone comprehend or come to accept that never again in this life will Edward be? Jeffrey Dahmer has erased 1 million future memories for me of my closest brother. I will never get over the effects that Jeffrey Dahmer has placed in my mind and forever imprinted in my life. May God send Eddie's soul to rest in peace. Jeffrey Dahmer took away my best friend, my better half, my roommate. He took away the laughter. I wanted to see justice done, and no dollar amount can bring my brother back. If you feel any remorse, let's change the Son of Sam law to Jeffrey Dahmer law. It is hard to conceive that a person could take another's life. Ed belonged to someone. How can you fix what is broken, replace what is lost? It is easy for me to forgive the sin done to my brother, Ed. But to forget, I cannot. I find each day an inward struggle, but in my faith, I find comfort. Ed was raised in a Christian home in Brookfield, where he learned how to be a loving, trusting, respectful human being. Eddie inherited all the blessings that a family structure had to offer. The greatest of these blessings was love. Eddie's style of life and dress was uniquely flamboyant. He was intelligent, witty, compassionate toward the human race. At the time Eddie's life was taken from him, he was searching for his place amongst you and me. Although we have tried, it is impossible to summarize 27 years of this young man's life in 5 minutes. Perhaps it can best be said in St. John chapter 15, verse 13. Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends. Edward Warren Smith tried to be Jeffrey Dahmer's friend. As a result, he lost his life.
I hear a Caucasian man on the phone, and I was sitting there at home cutting out coupons like I usually do, and I just happened to pick up the phone. Usually I hit my speakerphone, and I heard this voice say, "Don't bother looking for your brother." And I says, "Why not?" And he said, "Because he's dead." And I says, "Well, how do you know he's dead?" They said, "Because I killed him." And then my mind kind of draws a blank, and I called the police, and they told me to come down and fill out a report. So me and my sister, we go down to the police station, and I inform them that we filled out a report in July of last year, a missing persons report. And they said, we have none on file. And they said they'll give this report to the homicide department. So a detective from homicide called at 1 in the morning and came over and interviewed me and my ex-boyfriend. And he said, we're going to treat this as a homicide, and we can't if we find him, we can't tell you where he is, but we'll just tell you he's all right. And every once in a while they come and brief us on what's been going on. How a human being could do this to another human being and not feel any remorse for it.
Could someone like you be stopped? Could you be helped?
No, I was dead set on going with this compulsion. It was the only thing that gave me any satisfaction.
He asked me to put a lock on his mailbox.
And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember anything else about that contact?
I believe he was very grateful that I put a lock for him.
Just shy of 3 months later, he met 22-year-old Ernest Miller and asked him back to his place for $50, claiming that he wanted to listen to his heart and stomach. Once home, he attempted to give Miller oral sex, but Miller claimed that it would cost him extra, leading to Dahmer drugging his drink before slashing his neck with a knife. Ernest Miller died within 2 minutes. Jeffrey then posed the naked body in sexual positions before taking photographs and then dismembering it in the bathtub. He would also often kiss and talk to the severed head during this entire process. Dahmer wrapped his heart, biceps, and parts of flesh from the legs in plastic bags and even put them in his fridge to eat at a later time. He boiled the remains with Soilex to turn them into jelly before rinsing the flesh off the skeleton, which he wanted to keep. He put the bones in a bleach solution for 24 hours before leaving them out to dry for a week. He then put the head in the fridge before stripping its flesh and then coating it with enamel.
There's no place in a civilized society for anyone who shows no regards for life, especially in the form and manner that Jeffrey Dahmer has shown. We can't afford to have anyone preying nor stalking our people, no matter what our difference may be. How can we as a civilized people accept the responsibility of ever considering putting someone of this nature back into society? Before I settle in for the night, I find myself looking in closets, under beds, anywhere that you may be found. Jeffrey Dahmer, due to your actions, this has caused my family a great deal of pain and emotional distress. Jeffrey Dahmer, through your selfish actions, you have caused my family to suffer the loss of society and companionship of Ernest. Even while he was in a semi-conscious state of mind, you didn't give him the chance to fight for his life. You took his life like a thief in the night by cutting his throat. Rather than facing him and let him fight for the thing that he felt most dear, you took the coward way out. Did you ever stop to think that this was someone's son? Did you ever stop to think that this is someone's brother, nephew, uncle, cousin, grandson, or just someone's friend? Ernest was a dancer. This came naturally, and this was his dream, all through his short-lived life. Second, he had a family that loved him. He has a niece now that's 4 months old that he'll never get to hold or play or just watch grow up. He'll have to look from heaven now.
On September the 24th, Dahmer met 22-year-old David Thomas at the Grand Avenue Mall and invited him back to his place for some drinks and offered money in exchange for nude photographs. However, after drugging Thomas, he was no longer attracted to him. He was too scared to let him wake up, expecting an angry reaction, which is the only reason Dahmer opted to strangle him to death. He then dismembered the body and didn't keep any parts, though he did photograph the dismemberment process and kept all of the pictures.
First, I want to let you know, Jeffrey Dahmer, about the pain that you caused my family. That was my baby boy that you took away from me. His sisters and brothers, and they can't hardly deal with this. He have a little child, Cortia. They'll never see her father again. She was only 2. And now she sits in the window and she asked her mother, Mommy, where is Day-Day? She called him Day-Day. Where is Day-Day? When is Day-Day coming? And I think that's a sad thing for a child to see, to go through all her life and not know her father. You know, I don't understand how a person could really harm a person and to say that, well, I did this because he wasn't my type. Well, if everybody go around doing something to somebody because it's their type, this would be a sad world today. And I just feel that This man should never be able to walk the face of earth or to be able to harm anyone else again.
You get a sick feeling in your stomach, and you feel like you want to vomit.
He doesn't show any remorse to me whatsoever. You know, and I just look at him and I say he looked like a man, but he appears to me as a demon. You know, they murder people for no reason whatsoever.
I was hoping he looked at us. I mean, I think he should see all the people who are in pain behind his gruesome act. You know, I think that he should have looked at us.
You met somebody who consensually would set up a living arrangement with you. Would you have abandoned then the procedure that you stayed with?
The person would have had to be totally compliant, willing to do whatever I want. And there's just heartbreaking people like that.
That's true.
I was branching out. That's when the cannibalism started, eating of the heart and the arm muscle. It was a way of making me feel that they were a part of me. At first it was just curiosity, and then it became compulsive.
Besides the just mere curiosity of what it would be like, it made them feel that they were a part of me, and it gave me a sexual satisfaction to do that.
I never asked him if he committed cannibalism. And whenever we would even hint at some of these details of the crimes, you could see a cloud come over his countenance, his face. His eyes would look different. And if you stayed too long with that, it just wasn't, it wasn't good for either of our mental health.
Actually, the eating part was more like, you know, how the ancient Indians used to eat parts of humans, hoping that they would gather strength from that. You know, Jeff told me that was a very, very small part. It was a part, but very much overblown by the media.
For 5 months, Dahmer didn't kill anyone and failed to successfully lure men back to his home, which led to him feeling senses of anxiety and depression, in addition to not feeling happy about his lifestyle and financial difficulties, even gaining suicidal thoughts. In February of 1991, Dahmer met 17-year-old Curtis Strauter at a bus stop near Marquette University. He promised him money for nude photographs as well as sexual relations. Once there, he drugged him before strangling him with a leather strap and dismembering him. Jeffrey kept his skull, hands, and genitalia, once again taking photographs.
You took my 17-year-old son away from me. I'll never get a chance to tell him that I loved him. I'd have a chance to tell him that I loved him the last time I saw him, which will be a year tomorrow. You took my daughter's only brother away from her. She'll never have a chance to sing and dance with him again. You took my mother's oldest grandchild from her, and for that I can never forgive you. I hope you can deal with what you've done. I'm trying hard to. You almost destroyed me, but I refuse to let you destroy me. I will carry on.
On April the 17th, he met 19-year-old Errol Lindsay, who was heterosexual, but Jeffrey still managed to lure him back to his place where he drugged him and then drilled a hole in his skull before pouring hydrochloric acid inside it. He wanted to try this experiment out, intending to basically induce a permanent, unresistant and submissive state. Almost a real-life zombie.
Then I tried to keep the person alive by inducing a zombie-like state. By injecting first dilute acid solution into their brain or hot water, and it never did completely work.
Was it the killing that excited you, or is it what happened after the killing?
No, the killing was just a means to an end. That was the least satisfactory part. I didn't enjoy doing that. That's why I tried to create living zombies with muriatic acid in the drill, but it never worked. No, the killing wasn't the objective. I just wanted to have the person under my complete control, not having to consider their wishes, being able to keep them there as long as I wanted. It's not easy to say that, but that's that's what the motive was.
I wasn't getting the satisfaction and it killed me. So I took it to a new level. I had a hand drill that I used for normal things like installing my alarm system and everything. Drills a small bore very quickly. And with a large syringe, I filled that up with drills and injected it.
Filled it?
Yeah, injected it in the front. I was hoping to produce a zombie-like state.
Lindsay woke up complaining of a headache, leading to Dahmer drugging him a second time before strangling him to death. He kept his head before skinning the body and placing the skin in a solution of cold water and salt for several weeks, hoping to permanently retain it. However, the skin once again became too frayed and brittle, and he had to dispose of it once more.
Was there something sexual in the dismemberment of the bodies for you?
As time went on, yes, I did get there was a sexual part to that. I started saving the skeletons and preserving other parts, and one thing led to another. It took more and more deviant type behaviors to satisfy my urges, and so it just spiraled out of control.
During dismemberment, I saved heart, muscle meat, thigh, arm, bicep, yeah, liver, cut it into small pieces, washed it off, put it in these clear plastic freezer bags, and put them in my floor freezer. Just as an escalation, trying something new to satisfy. And I would cook it, and then look at the picture and masturbate it.
Afterwards, did that have any positive effect to that ritual? It satisfying?
It made it feel like they were more of a part of me.
Whatever your name is, Satan, I'm mad. This is how you act when you are out of control. I don't want to ever see my mother have to go through this again. Never, Jeffrey! Jeffrey! I hate you! Mother! I hate you! Something's out of control! Don't Jeffrey, I kill you! God damn it! Look at me, motherfucker! I can kill you!
What's your name, fast?
I can kill you! You don't have to
Take it easy, it's
What did you think when she was doing that?
I couldn't blame her a bit. I'm surprised there wasn't more of that.
I've watched my aunt and my cousins, her other 5 children, go through a very traumatic, thing right now with our family. And right now, most of the family feels remorse for Jeffrey Dahmer, except for me, because I cannot get past being mad at the system first. Jeffrey Dahmer was not allowed to do anything that the police and the judicial system, as far as I'm concerned, did not allow him to do. My aunt called me, I live in Dayton, and she called my mom and myself in Dayton on maybe about April the 10th, after he had been missing for 3 days. And she was upset and she was crying, and she wanted to be sure that before she called any family members that something was actually wrong. And immediately upon her calling us, we knew right away that we felt in our hearts that Earl was dead, because this was something, like she said, he did not do. He was a mama's boy, and he wouldn't even go to a friend's house without calling back home just to check to see what mama's doing. So we knew something was wrong. No one had seen him. He hadn't called home.
I just can't understand what really happened. How did he meet Earl? Because Earl, he wasn't the type that talked to just anybody. And he didn't go nowhere. He went to work and back home. But this was just on a Sunday evening, 6:30. Earl came downstairs and said, "Mama, I'm going to have me a door key made." So I told him, he said, "I'll see you when you get back. When I get back." So I said,
Earl, I'll probably be at church when you come back. He said, well, Mama, I see you when you get back then. So he went on and he got right to I was sitting on the back porch. Earl got to the driveway and then finally got to the street. And it was the funniest thing. I don't know if Earl felt death or what, but he had been acting strange all that week. And he got to the sidewalk and he looked back at me. He backed up some. And he looked at me for about 10 minutes, smiling. I said, Earl, what are you smiling about? He just looked at me, and finally he just went on.
My aunt had already filed a missing persons complaint at the police department. The police department told my aunt that Earl was 19 years old, and he was grown, and he could come and go as he pleases, and they were not going to look for him. We talked to the man at the key shop where Earl went, and he told us that he had seen Earl, but he acted like he was in a hurry to leave. And so according to the transcript, the story really all fits together because Dahmer said that he met Earl outside of the key shop and offered him, asked him would he be interested in doing some odd jobs for him for $50. Earl then went into the key shop and had the key made quickly, as the key shop man said, and came back out. And Jeffrey Dahmer told him to come to his apartment with him. He'd give him more details about it. So when he went into the apartment, he said he gave Earl a beer, which he had slipped a Mickey in or whatever he used. And Earl took one sip and was knocked out instantly. After he was knocked out, he strangled him. And after he died, he had oral sex with him. And then he dismembered his body.
By now, many residents of the apartments complained about foul smells coming from Dahmer's home, as well as several bizarre sounds of falling objects and even the sounds of a chainsaw. Dahmer originally blamed the smell on his freezer breaking, causing the food to become spoiled, though he later changed his story and said that his fish had recently died. But he promised to sort the issue nonetheless.
It was reported that they had been smelling a stench in the air at those apartments for over a year. And they said that one of the neighbors who I talked to said that they reported this to the police, and the police didn't come out and investigate it. The neighbors were complaining, saying that it smelled like a dead animal or something. And they also reported saying that they heard sawing and screaming at all times of the night. So I really couldn't tell you what was on the tenant's mind. I blame them as well.
How did that go? I'd either blame it on the freezer or the fish tank.
One thing I was wondering about that fish tank of yours. Yeah. Were there Siamese fighting fish in there?
No. All I had in there was African cichlids.
And they were, you kind of like those? You kind of fascinated by those?
Yeah, they act like miniature dolphins. They have real personality.
When you say they had a personality, what do you mean?
Oh, I mean, they interacted with you. They'd take food out of your hand.
Oh, you're kidding.
They'd look at you. They knew when you were in the room, and they'd get excited, and they'd, happily swim back and forth.
That's amazing. And that was kind of like your pets welcoming you home.
Right. Something that was fun to come home to. And feed them in the morning and evening. And I had everything. I had the water chemistry so perfect. It was incredible.
We had complaints from residents about the smell that's going through the building.
Did you talk to Mr. Dahmer about that?
Yes, I did. I called him to my office and discussed with him. And he told me that he was sorry that it happened, but his freezer broke, and he had about $150 worth of meat getting spoiled.
When you talked with him, did he appear nervous or uncomfortable?
Well, while we were speaking, he did not appear abnormal. He was quite normal.
You know, me and my husband at that time was trying to get him a girlfriend because he thought that, you know, he was over there by himself and he didn't get out much and all this here kind of stuff. So he had said, no, I'm fine. I just want to work and be left alone.
I thought that he was a pretty decent guy, you know, considering that he was single, you know, and living by himself. You know, he was being responsible. You know, he had a job, you know, and the first time I entered his apartment, you know, I was impressed because everything was so neat and so clean. I would go as far as to say that he was anal in some ways. Because his apartment was very clean.
I told him that if he cannot clean up, then I would think he has to go, because that's the last time I want to tolerate the smell.
Did he get angry with you?
No, he wasn't.
Did he seem anxious or nervous or upset in any way?
No.
He had tendencies to denigrate himself. And he even told his grandmother one time, well, if I die, just throw me down the field. So he did not have a big self-image.
I didn't notice any bad smell when I got into the apartment, but because he said it was his deep freezer that broke, he opened it for me, and then I took a look into it.
And what did you see when you looked into it?
I saw normal grocery kind of meat on
like
top.
Like chicken?
I believe it looked like steak.
And was it wrapped in a store wrapper?
That's right.
They said it was absolutely clean, perfect.
Right.
How'd you hide from them?
Everything was locked up, either in the freezer or in the file chest. And so there was no evidence laying in the open. There's nothing abnormal about the look of the apartment.
I'm in my house, I've been in his house. I would have thought that it was just what he said. You know, my meat in my freezer went out. And so that's what the smell is.
I figured that he was just a lovesick puppy because he told me that he had a girlfriend and that she had left him when he was living in West Dallas. So I was thinking that maybe he was trying to get himself together, hoping that she would come back to him. That's what I was thinking.
Last Thanksgiving, he wanted to show us his apartment. And we went to the apartment. It was meticulously neat.
Did everything look normal to you?
I even said to him, Jeff, you're keeping a beautiful house. It was clean. It was spotless. It was neat. There was nothing there.
I was very concerned about the smell, and I offered to help him clean it.
And did you do that?
No.
What happened?
He told me not to worry about it. He will take care of it.
And did he take care of that?
I believe he did, because the smell actually subsided after that.
I went to great lengths. I bought security systems, installed them myself in the apartment. I had a video camera in the corner of the room, installed locks on the doors, sirens and stuff in case anyone broke into the apartment.
I told him the lady moving upstairs, you know, is not going to be able to do so because of the smell, and that he's messing up our business.
When you confronted him, was he angry with you?
No, he wasn't angry with me.
Did he appear nervous or upset or anxious when you confronted him?
No.
How did he explain the odor?
Well, he told me that it was his fish tank. He has claimed that 2 fishes had died in his fish tank, and he hadn't dumped them, and they started smelling.
Did you go into his apartment at that time?
Yes, I did.
And did he show anything to you to suggest that it had anything to do with his fish tank?
Well, I was curious what the smell was all about, and he said, oh, it might be the plastic container that he had in his closet. It's about nearly 3 feet high, about 1.5 feet in diameter.
Did you go and
as
look
a lid?
Okay. Did you go and look at that plastic container?
Yeah, I was right in the apartment when he said that it might be the plastic container. So I moved nearer to see, and I said, where is it? He opened it, and I looked in, and a very strong chemical smell hit me. So I had to move quickly backward and told him that must go.
On May the 24th, Jeffrey met 31-year-old Tony Hughes and promised him money in exchange for nude photographs. Hughes was deaf and mute, so the two had to communicate through handwritten notes. Dahmer drugged and strangled him on his bedroom floor. He then left the corpse for 3 days before finally dismembering him, photographing the entire process.
Yeah, what was the idea of the posing there?
It was just a way to exhibit control, the way I wanted them to look, and to accentuate the physique.
Keeping these photographs in was important to you as well.
I'd use it as a masturbation.
Yeah, and you had a lot of them.
I would like to say to Jeffrey Dahmer that he don't know the pain, the hurt, the loss, and the mental state that he had put our family in. Tony thought you was his friend. He knew you. 2 fingers and 1 thumb means I love you in sign language. My son was deaf.
I'm not angry. It's not anger here. It's just, I just don't feel anger due to the help of the Lord and praying and prayer. I don't feel anger. I feel hurt because of the way he died, but I don't feel any anger towards anyone. I forgave him from day one. I never hated him or his family. I hated what he done to all the young men.
Do you forgive your son?
That's a tough question. It's only up to God to forgive. I really cannot.
On May the 26th, 1991, Dahmer met 14-year-old Konorak Synthesomphone, who coincidentally was the younger brother of Somsak, who Jeffrey had molested just a few years earlier. Dahmer offered him money to hang out with him and pose for some pictures. Originally he was reluctant, but then changed his mind, posing in his underwear before Dahmer drugged him and performed oral sex while he was unconscious. He then drilled a hole into his skull before pouring in some hydrochloric acid. Before he fell unconscious, Dahmer had led the boy into his room where another corpse was already laid out. Dahmer believed that he did see the corpse but didn't react due to the sleeping pills. Once unconscious, Dahmer drank several beers next to the body before leaving the apartment to drink at a bar and buying some more alcohol.
He was on the couch, lying down with the drilling technique had already been applied, and I thought he was asleep.
During his absence, Konorak awoke and left the apartment but was dazed from the acid injected into his skull. He was naked, drugged, and bleeding from the rectum. In the early hours, Dahmer returned home and discovered Konorak sitting outside, naked on the corner, talking to 2 distressed women.
I saw him sitting on the sidewalk. 2 girls were with him. They called the police. They had to think of the story quickly. They told him he was a friend. He gets drunk. He was not wanting to go back, so one officer grabbed him by this arm, another officer grabbed him on the other arm, and they walked him out of the apartment. And they left. That's when I did the second GP.
Right away? How long did it take from the guy?
That was
immediate.
Dahmer approached them and claimed that Konorak was his friend, and he tried to lead them away, but the ladies wouldn't let him and claimed that they had called the police. Once the officers showed up, John Bolsazak and Joseph Gabrish found Dahmer genuine and completely relaxed.
Okay, hi. When I was looking out the window, I saw this image from like about 2.5, almost 3 blocks away. Okay. And I thought I was possibly tripping, but I just wanted to make sure I wasn't. So I'm like, look, there's somebody
naked down there. They just fell, like, and they, you know, was in their own little world, and they really weren't paying me no attention. But I'm like, stop the car as we was going across 25th Street, and he was slowing up, but he didn't stop. But the door on the passenger side was jammed. You have to get it open from the outside. So I let the window down. I jumped out the car, and contact or not, I don't know. My instincts were like they already real sharp, but with the contact, I guess it was just super sharp. I don't really know. But anyway, I jumped out the car, and as I was getting closer, the image kept falling, would slowly get up, and then would try to take steps. And then as I got close, clearly it was really a person. It was a male, and he was hurt, and he needed some help. So at this point, I'm talking, and I'm like, are you okay? And he, you know, he reached for me like a child, you know, and I can say it like that because that's how my grandbabies, that's how my babies would come and stretch out to me, and I would get them. So when he seen me, it was just a look of just, okay, you know, like a good look. And when he got close, he just went, and I went down with him. We went to the ground together, and I was like, are you okay? What happened? And he just couldn't talk. He was sweating, like bullets, bad, just terrible. So my mind is just racing. I'm thinking it's a gang initiation. I'm thinking like somebody just did him wrong in some form or fashion, but regardless, he needs some help. So after speaking to him for maybe about 3 minutes, Tina decided to come to see what was going on.
The most noticeable thing about it was the fact that he was nude.
So I saw Tina walking up. So I had made up my mind. I saw this phone booth across the street, a little bit down. So I said, okay, in my mind, like when Tina come, I'll just go and make this 911 call. So I'm still talking to him, asking him questions, but again, he incoherent. He never said anything but reached and was holding me as if, you know, he just didn't want me to leave. And so that's, I'm like, I'm gonna get him help. So when Tina got near, I said, Tina, stay with him. I'm gonna go call 911.
I'm on 25th and State, and this is young man. He is butt naked. He has been beaten up. He is very bruised up. He can't stand. He's study fall out. He is butt naked. He has no clothes on. He was really hurt. And I ain't got no corner on him. I just seen him, and he needs some help.
Where is he at?
On 25th and State, the corner of 25th and State.
He's just on the corner at the street?
Yeah, he in the middle of the street. He fell out. We trying to help him. Some people trying to help him.
Okay, and he's unconscious right now?
He getting him up, but he is bruised up. Somebody must have jumped on him and stripped him or whatever.
And then as I'm on the phone with the 911 operator, I'm steady looking because I'm seeing a man walking toward Tina and Conrad, but I don't know who he is. But I'm just wondering if he coming to help us, you know, okay, that'd be nice. But when he came, he was kind of aggressive and was in a rush to just gather him and just take him, and had no regard to how he was handling. So I'm on the phone. I even said this part on the phone, but it was cut for some reason. I said, well, some man trying to take him away. And they said, well, don't let him take him away. Someone's on the way. So when I got across the street and I was just listening for a few minutes, and he was like acting like he knew him. He was like, pull yourself together, Jim. And then a few moments later, he said another name, John, and then he was just talking, and it just really wasn't making sense.
He appeared to be a calm, neatly dressed, clean-shaven, neatly combed hair, clean clothing, no injuries of any sort, clothing, no disarray of his clothing at all.
He was a straightforward, calm, convincing person who voluntarily came forward with information, voluntarily cooperated, not the hint of any stress regarding what was being investigated, not the hint of any that he did not want us to continue in our investigation in any manner, but voluntarily volunteered information and cooperation with us to the extreme. Our duty to address the problem that we were sent to on our arrival initially, and that's what we did. We were sent to a naked man down, and on our arrival we found
appeared to be an Asian male of the age group given by Mr. Dahmer. He appeared to be intoxicated. He had no clothing on. He had a minor abrasion to his knee.
I said, excuse me, I dialed 911, help is on the way. So you would think a person would be like, oh, okay, but he shouldn't have been handled like that anyway. But you would think that would make him be like, okay, great, because yeah, he needs some help. But that made him even more so fixated on trying to take him. So I guess he felt because me and Tina were females that he could probably just bamboozle and just kind of rough us or scare us or just, I don't know, make us feel like, y'all, we need to go. He's like, well, I got this. He's my friend. He's okay. Y'all can go on. I got him. I'm going to take him back. He left, wandered off. I went to the store. And I'm still like, well, what's his name? Because he not responding and he's kind of like being like standoffish with him. So I'm like, what's his name? Then he give me another name. So this is like the third name. So now, again, don't know if it's a contact or what, but you lying. And you look scary and you look like you got some evil up in you and something is wrong with him. Did you do it? But I'm thinking this to myself. But you're not taking him.
He was nude. Two girls had called 911, the police or something. I put my arm around him, trying to walk him back to the apartment. And got halfway there, and that's when the police and rescue squad came in. Story he was a house guest friend who sometimes drinks too much on weekends and runs out of the street and dressed her naked.
A police car was going down the other end, which was almost like a block and a half away. So I ran down. They was just, I guess, just pausing, looking. So I ran down there and flagged that car to come up. It was 2 squad cars. I don't know why they're not talking about it. It was 2. So one from the other end, and then the one that was looking for us flew past the other end of the alley, which was closer to 25th. So at that point, I run down there and I flagged them and send them up. Now they get there before me because they in the car. I'm happen to run back and I'm all out of breath.
Konarak was Laotian and spoke fluent English, but was so dazed he couldn't communicate to the authorities what was going on. Jeffrey claims that Konarak was his 19-year-old boyfriend and that he had drunk too much after they had an argument, and he often acted erratic once intoxicated. The women tried to intervene and even pointed out that Konarak was bleeding from his buttocks and that he was clearly struggling whenever Dahmer tried to lead him away. But the officers told them to back off, to not interfere, and to shut up. The ladies knew Konarak and recognised him and were convinced that his life was in danger, but all of their concerns were ignored.
3 officers are there, Dahmer there, the fire truck has made it there. They covered Konarak up with a blanket. He leaning on one of the police cars, and it's 3 officers, and they all talking to Jeffrey Dahmer.
Okay.
So I'm catching my breath, because I've been running, so I'm catching my breath, and I say, excuse me. And he don't know him like he's saying, because he called me. He's like, I'll get to you, miss. Now, he did say that nice, so I'm thinking like, okay, he will. I need to catch my breath anyway, so I'm thinking, okay. So I'm catching my breath. I'm like, thankful. I'm talking to Konarak. I'm telling him, I'm going to get you some milk. You're going to be okay. He on the car just, you know, like rocking with the blanket the fire truck put on him. So he thinking, too. He see the cars, he see the police officer, he thinking probably too, he had to, because that's what we were shooting for.
I had communication briefly when I got there. Someone suggested that the Asian male and the white male may have been in a fight. Later on, I believe that same person came up to me and said she had further information. I requested that she stood back momentarily until we could stabilize the situation and get it under control, and that I would be with her as soon as I could get to her. We didn't actually get a chance to talk to any witnesses. In reality, what happened is we drove up, we focused our attention to the assignment we were sent to, as John said, naked man down in the alley. Witnesses, as we came up, approached us. They were asked very kindly to stand on the side and wait until we had the opportunity to discuss what the goings-on and get a chance to interview them. There came a point where we had to deal with the fire department and talk to the fire department. These individuals again approached they were told again, please stand back, allow us to do our investigation. We will get with you as soon as we can. At that point, the crowd of people, as well as these presumed witnesses, became basically hostile and profane towards us. And at that point, an officer had to give them a warning to stay back out of the way.
Would you tell the jury what, if anything, you said to the Asian male, and what, if anything, he responded to you?
I asked him several times what his name was, his date of birth, trying to get informational questions about the goings-on from him, and he did not give any type of communicatable response to me.
Was he making any noise at all? Did you get any response at all from him?
He was basically mumbling, but it was nothing that could be understood.
Mr. Dahmer was, as Joe said, and I said earlier, was as calm and as cooperative as could be. There was, took us voluntarily, went back to his apartment. We voluntarily, no hesitation about entering his apartment. There was absolutely nothing that would lead you to believe that this was not as a call, the numerous, countless other calls that we've handled throughout our careers.
He was an Asian male, that he appeared to be approximately 19 to 20 years old. That regarding any injury, the only thing that I noticed that he had a scuffed knee. He appeared to be in somewhat of an intoxicated state.
His demeanor, how he rejected them to look at me as a volatile, basically a angry black woman. You know, that's what he rejected, like projected to them to focus that on me. Like, she crazy, she did this, she hit me. Like, yeah, I did all that. And guess what? And if I would have found a stick or a brick, I would have used that too, because you weren't gonna take them from me, because I knew something wasn't right. So he had them just like, and they, you know, it seemed like that upset them, that I basically, like, they wanted to take me to jail for attacking him.
Yep.
That's what it seemed like. I thought they was gonna take me to jail, to be honest with you. I did. I thought they was gonna take me to jail because he was making it like he wanted to file some charges on me. At this point, people started coming out of the apartments. Certain cars stopped, certain cars kept going. So now Dahmer is just like looking like, I guess, like, I'ma just, you know, I'ma wait, but I guess he had a plan because he couldn't take him.
He related to myself that he was assisting his roommate for the past few weeks back to their apartment. He stated that his roommate had been drinking and had passed out on the couch of the apartment, and that's where he had left him when he had gone to a local tavern to obtain some beer or cigarettes.
He had obtained information from the white male to whom he was talking to, and basically that the Asian male's name was John Hamung, and that he was 20 years old, and that he had been staying with him for the last, I believe he said 2 to 3 weeks.
Had been staying with whom?
With Mr. Dahmer. He also had obtained Dahmer's name at that point.
Didn't ever say nothing. About maybe 5 minutes, they didn't say nothing. So I went to the other officer and tapped him on his shoulder, very, very light. Excuse me, officer. I'm like, he don't know him. I'm telling you, he don't know him because he, and I'm like, you take the blame. I'm trying to tell, and he's like, look, do you want to go downtown and tell, just me, do you want to go downtown and tell your story? Because you can go down here. I don't need you poking in my, I've been doing such and such years. I don't need an amateur poke. And I'm like, I dialed 911. And I said, I will get to you. And they just like handling me like I didn't down, like I hadn't been there, like I didn't flag them up there. And I'm at this point, I'm thinking like, I'm tripping because I'm thinking I got a contact. I'm thinking I'm tripping.
Sure,
because why would they?
How old at the time?
17.
17 years
so
old.
So I'm thinking, why is they acting like this? Yeah. Like something is, something wrong with the naked boy, which I'm thinking like, they got to see it. I see it, everybody else see it, Tina see it. Like, I called y'all. I'm trying to tell, and they just, I stood out there, let them talk. I'm talking about the conversation. One of them Jeffrey Dahmer on the back. He's saying, he called me out my name, said that I was crazy because I was handling him when I wouldn't let him take him. So he painted this picture, this vicious picture of me, which, yeah, you weren't taking him. So it was like that. But again, they were more into what he talking about with me than what I called y'all about.
At the time, with the information that we had, to this day, I feel we did the appropriate and the best that we could with the information and what we had available.
I don't know my auntie well, but she an adult, so let me go get her. She right here. So at this point, I just go over to her apartment and tell her what's going on, and then I go back outside and everybody's gone. That fast.
Officer Belzerczyk made a plea to that crowd while we were out there to see if anybody had anything to tell us. There was no response at that point. That was also our purpose of circling through the alley again to see that if there was anyone out there who had any further information for us, and there was not.
The police simply covered Konorak with a towel and walked him back to Dahmer's apartment. Jeffrey showed them the underwear photos to prove that they were in a relationship. The officers did notice a strange smell coming from inside Dahmer's apartment, and one of them did poke their head in to have a look around the room, but didn't notice anything strange and therefore didn't conduct a proper search.
He basically just walked with us. He didn't indicate that anything was wrong.
Did he stagger at all, anything like that, if you recollect?
He may have had some trouble walking due to the fact that he had been drinking, but he basically walked on his own, and we just guided him and helped him keep the blanket over himself.
I believe I was as good a cop as I've ever been on that night and throughout my career. I always strive to be the best type of police officer that the city of Milwaukee has ever had.
It was a well-kept apartment. It was neat. Just a normal apartment. We handled the call the way we felt it should be handled, and the way that we've handled several calls much like it over the years. Officer Porupkin, he had walked the farthest into the apartment. He had found a picture on a coffee table or a table that was in the apartment, and it was of the same Asian male, Konorak.
And what did he do with that picture?
He held it up to Officer Belzerczyk and myself, who were standing near to Mr. Dahmer, and we asked Mr. Dahmer what it was, and his response was that everyone is into something, or everybody has got to be into something.
How good was Jeff at manipulating you?
Excellent. He's very good.
Good liar?
He fooled everyone. He fooled me. Yeah, very good. He fooled his probation officer, his attorney, the police, you know, who came. I mean, he had bodies in his next room when the police were standing in his outer room. There were so many people that he fooled.
And he could lie and be cool as a cucumber.
Yeah, he just looked very innocuous. He just looked like an average person who couldn't possibly do the things that he did.
We also talked to Mr. Dahmer. We told him that if that type of activity would continue and the police had to be called again, that we would have to take some sort of action.
Right. When you say the type of activity continued, what activity were you speaking to?
That if the Asian male would run out of the apartment again without clothing, in an intoxicated state, that we would have to issue a citation or take some other sort of legal action. We told the Asian male, who we know now as Konorak Simpliphone, that we were leaving. He showed no sign of any stress or didn't show any, didn't try to signal us or say anything to us about leaving. We felt the situation was fine, that basically our investigation had been completed at that point.
They left Konorak with Dahmer, asking him to take good care of the boy. Neither checked for Konorak's identification or tried to find out who he truly was, nor did they check Dahmer's. If they had simply done a background check on Jeffrey, they would have seen that he was a convicted child molester under probation who had molested Konorak's brother years earlier.
They should have checked him out. You know, arrest, I mean, I think it's automatically they should arrest my brother. because he was naked on the public.
We don't routinely check out complainants or people who have come forward to help us out. And that's what Jeffrey Dahmer did. He had come forward, he wanted to help us, he very cooperative. It's not routinely done that you would scrutinize a complainant or somebody that's willing to help you. They're insulted by things like that, and they're remiss. They don't want to get involved for future things for fear that that's going to happen. And for that reason, it's not routinely done at all cases unless you're suspect of something, and we weren't at the time.
You know, there's a certain profile, of course, 34 and white and so forth and so on.
Angry loner.
Yes.
But he's different.
Torturing animals.
He was not a typical
But he didn't torture
profile.
animals. He didn't fit the profile. Well, he fit some of the profile. Shy, that sort of thing.
You don't think that your brother might have known that he was the man who had sexually assaulted your other brothers?
No, we didn't even know his name.
Oh, you didn't know his name?
We didn't even know his name, what his name and what he looked like. We didn't even know since it happened the first time.
Didn't know where he lived?
No.
As soon as they left the premises, Dahmer injected more hydrochloric acid into the boy's brain, this time killing him. The next day, he took the day off work to dismember both corpses in his apartment, and he kept both of their skulls. Due to the police response being publicised, as well as an audio clip of both Balsazak and Gabrish making homophobic slurs about the situation over the radio, as well as mocking the situation.
The intoxicated Asian naked male was returned to his sober boyfriend, and we're at 8. For be a minute, my partner's going to get deloused at the station.
As far as my explanation as to how we handled the assignment, the way it used to be with the department, now they want a short, terse type of response, and that is not always appropriate for the how we handle a situation. And I find sometimes elaboration is needed, and that's what I did as far as the my response to the 10-8. As a response to the delousing, that was a comical, jocular type of way of myself expressing that my partner needed to clean up. It is a type of transmission that is commonplace on the department. Anybody that has a police scanner or any news media who has a police scanner or responds to calls would know this, and it is a common occurrence, that type of jocularity. No reference to any specific incident that you handled, but just a matter of a little bit of relief, comical type of.
So something that's said on the job, not a sign of insensitivity, is what
Correct.
you're saying.
The police officers were both terminated. The city of Milwaukee later paid the family $850,000 to settle a lawsuit over how the police handled the situation that day.
It is my decision that police officers John A. Balzerzak, Joseph T. Gabrich, and Richard W. Perupkin be dismissed from the Milwaukee Police Department.
What did they do? What did they do? Now, there are any number of things that they could have done, but they didn't do anything.
My auntie, bless her heart, she didn't believe me when I came over there to tell her what happened, okay? Now, Sandra didn't see the blood or all that type of stuff, but when Sandra came out, Sandra saw Dahmer, she saw the police, and I told her everything, okay? When we went back, after they left, remember, I went back and they were all gone, and then Sandra went with me, and I told her, like, they gone now, but something is not right. Can you please call? I had the squad car number, the one in my head, 36, and the other one was 68, but they not owning that other one. But anyway, Sandra's like, Mom, can you please just call, like, something right? Like, she believed me. Sandra believed me. So anyway, my auntie made the call. When she made the call, they assured her that everything was fine. It was a homosexual quarrel, boyfriend, 19, everything is fine. She's like, are you sure? I said, yes, ma'am, I couldn't be sure enough, and da-da. So when she got off the phone, she said, you made me sound like a damn fool.
What if he's a child?
is not an adult. I mean, are you positive this is an adult?
Ma'am,
Mm-hmm.
okay, explain to you. It's all taken care of. It's as positive as I can be.
Oh, I see.
Okay, there's no, I can't do anything about somebody's sexual preferences in life.
Well, no, I'm not saying anything about that, but it appeared to have been a child. This is my concern. No,
he's not.
He's not a child.
No, he's not. Okay, and that's a boyfriend thing.
When I say what I have to say and I know it to be true, I don't feel that I have to constantly keep repeating myself. And I think that can be said for everyone.
God, I wish that call had been received by a supervisor at that district. Perhaps we would have seen a different result.
No one took a name of a caller, so there was no place to go to follow up. We further felt that there was no crime, that no crime had been committed at that point, and that we did not seek any witnesses door to door because we felt that there hadn't actually been a crime or a need to obtain witnesses at that point.
She put me out her apartment. She put me out her apartment that night. And when I left, it's a bunch of stairs. So I'm just walking and I'm still messed up because I just know something ain't right.
She's calling for someone, that she wasn't actually there, did not actually view what was transpiring, was not directly involved in what was transpiring. And I felt that my first-hand knowledge was more informative than what she had heard from someone else. And the woman was not directly involved in what transpired, and I am not, as anyone should be, not in a position to release information regarding assignments over the telephone to someone that's calling regarding it.
It was upsetting and it was scary to sit in my living room and find out via that way that I was suspended, especially after I had gone forward to the commander and the detective bureau earlier in the week with information that we had been there 2 months earlier and that I had cooperated with them, and they told me not to worry, that we did everything that we possibly could have done at the time. And those are quotes from commanders in that bureau.
I would hope that they would view the entire facts of the case, both internal and the other parts of the investigation. I would hope that they would see that we did act properly. That's what I hope, and I can only go one step at a time right now.
Regardless, both officers appealed the decision to terminate them, and they were both reinstated. Quote, "God is my witness, I just didn't dump a little boy in the hands of a murderer. That's not what happened. We're trained to be observant and spot things. There was just nothing that stood out or we would have seen it. I've been doing this for a while, and usually if something stands out, you'll spot it. There just wasn't anything there." End quote.
At the end of a shift, we turn in a report on every call that we are at, and a code callback goes to the dispatcher afterwards, and that our actions taken on that night were acceptable for over 2 months. No one ever questioned the type of action that we did or how we handled that call until, in hindsight, this came up, and that is at that point that they looked back 2 months and began to suspect what we did, or had at that point indifference to what we had done.
Some believe that it was racially motivated, that it was a foreign boy being left with the white Jeffrey Dahmer, especially because the two women that found Konarak were black and the officers were both white, but they both denied this being a racist issue.
I think it's a combination of the fact that I'm a black woman. I feel the fact that I don't really know about how people, I don't judge people for whatever reason, homosexuality. I've never been prejudiced. I know it exists, but it's not me. So I don't look at age or any of that type of stuff. So for me, for that night with them, only thing I could think of was they had to be racist, because there was nothing else to make somebody be so interested in their job. Like, this is what y'all get called out to do, to take the statements. This is like, y'all ain't doing nothing, no extra. I'm not asking y'all to go over here. I'm not asking y'all to call nobody. It's right here in front of us. And all I'm just saying is, let me just say this. And if you just listen and you'll be able to let me get to the point to, like, he bleeding, and if you look at the body language, you could tell he don't want to go with him, and he called him 3 different names. Like, if you just let me just say, like, give me just a few seconds to get something out, you'll be able to put your thinking cap on to do that. So yeah, I do think that they were racist. At one point, I was thinking, like, was they down with him? At one point, that crossed my mind. Like, where did y'all go over there afterwards? Because I'm confused.
If he was white, they would have did more than what they did, but they didn't. They took the Laotian boy back to Dahmer.
Let's change the circumstances of the Dahmer case. Jeffrey Dahmer is a black man, and Conrad Sapone is a white young man. Would that have made any difference?
In my mind, it wouldn't have made any difference whatsoever. We had the facts that there was a caring relationship between 2 individuals, and we believe that that relationship had existed, and it wasn't based on any race, creed, color. We never make decisions based on that. We do with the facts at hand. We investigate to our fullest and come up with a solution to the problem, and that's why we're sent there, to come up with some sort of solution, take care of a problem at hand.
Our records, work records, and what we've done throughout our career for that part of the city should speak for itself. I feel that everything that both Joe and I have done throughout our careers is totally based on the facts. You don't take into consideration that the victim or suspect is white or black or Hispanic or whatever race there may be, or like Joe says, it's just not done. If it were done, I would be the first to come forward and not want that type of officer for my partner, as I'm sure Joe would too.
They wanted to cover it up, how they basically assassinated my character and just tried to get me to change my story. I was interviewed, antagonized so much, it was unreal. They wanted me to say things that weren't true. They wanted me to co-host. I was even told by Chief Ariello that there was an accomplice with him and that I may need to go in protective custody and that I should be silent.
Things that were being said about myself, my partner, and the other officers that were there, it was intensely stressful. It was a very emotional time for myself and my family at the time.
And still is, I would imagine.
Yes, it is.
It's been very difficult to read the paper. In fact, I've stopped reading the paper. But to see pictures of yourself as you walk down the street on the front of a Sentinel box or things like that, and to be in a position not to really be allowed to speak out because of pending investigations and pending hearings to tell your side of the story. It's been a very difficult time.
The person who said what they said to me made so much sense. They was like, no, it's not, you didn't do it, the cops killed him. You know, and I just never looked at it like that. You know what I'm saying? But and they clearly don't. But that's what happened. They killed him. It wasn't my fault. I did what I could do. I did what I could do, and I did it. I really tried.
I wish there had been some other piece of evidence or information available to us if we would have seen something that stood out in the apartment or something. If we could have taken another direction. It was handled the way it would have been routinely handled. If a supervisor would have been there with us, I'm sure in my mind that the supervisor would have made the same decision that we made with the information available and under the same circumstances.
What I was portrayed as, what my partner was portrayed as, just is not true. We are very caring, and we do love the job that we chose for our careers and the area of the city that we chose to serve. As Joel stated, you could write for a transfer or request a different squad or something along those lines, but we chose not to. We felt that our services were needed there. And as I've displayed in the past of my career, and I've displayed, as Joe has, the willingness to work and work hard for the city, especially in a busy area of the city. And I would just like the thousands of people throughout our careers that we have had come in contact with and have helped and have gone the extra mile to help out, to solve their problems to the best of our abilities.
A couple days later, she called me. She said, asked me, can I come over? And I was kind of like, cause she was so beautiful, you know. She was just I was so happy to find my people. They were like presents to me, you know, and I had longed for them, and I was just thankful, you know. And when she called me, I was happy, and I didn't know what she wanted. She didn't say. She just asked me, can I get over there? And I called my kid's father, and he took me over there. And when I got there, she pulled out a cutout piece of newspaper, and she said, is this the boy that you see? And I said, yes, it is. She said, are you sure? I said, I'm positive. Cassandra wasn't 100%,
Sure.
but I was. So when I told her that, that's when she, you know, started making, you know, the moves and this and that and this and that to, like, she felt bad. I believe she felt bad, like, oh my God, like, you were telling the truth.
What he gave us as what was happening there were substantiated by what we observed, the totality of the whole situation. We continued to investigate, went back to substantiate his statements at his apartment, and everything was corroborated, and there was nothing that was out of place.
But do you feel they let that boy down that night?
Yes, they did. Yes. Yes, he was definitely let down. He was let down as low as he could get. And that was to his grave. You can't get much lower than that.
That didn't wake you up at all? The police on your doorstep?
They were in the apartment. They were actually in the apartment, and there was a dead young man in the bedroom on the floor. I couldn't believe it when it turned out that they didn't see anything. I couldn't believe it. And yes, it did shock me, but not enough to quit. That's how strong the compulsion was.
On June the 30th, Jeffrey Dahmer travelled to Chicago, where he met 20-year-old Matt Turner at a bus station. He offered him the chance to travel to his home in Wisconsin for a professional photo shoot. Once there, Jeffrey drugged, strangled, and dismembered him, placing his head and internal organs in several plastic bags in his freezer. Turner was never reported missing.
I try not to think too deeply about anything, because then I get depressed. I try to figure out why this happened, what started these thoughts in my head at such a young age, whether this has any meaning to it, or whether this is all just a horrible coincidence, you know, all the events in my life.
Just 5 days later, Dahmer met 23-year-old Jeremiah Weinberger at a bar and lured him back to his apartment, promising to spend the weekend with him. He then drugged him and injected boiling water into his skull twice, which put him in a coma, in which he died 2 years later. Dahmer noted that this was one of the most exceptional deaths he had ever performed, as he was the only one to die with his eyes open.
I feel that I'm better off here than I was on the outside doing what I was doing.
You're glad you're in prison.
I think it's best for everyone, right?
On July the 15th, Jeffrey Dahmer met 24-year-old bodybuilder enthusiast Oliver Lacey, asking him to pose for nude photographs. Once in Dahmer's apartment, they both engaged in sexual activities before Jeffrey drugged him. However, this time he wanted to prolong the experience and spend more time with him while he was alive. He attempted to render Oliver unconscious with chloroform, but then phoned his work to ask for a day off, though the next day he was suspended. He then strangled Lacey to death before having sex with the corpse and dismembering him. He placed his head and heart in the fridge with his skeleton in the freezer. 4 days later, Dahmer was fired from his job.
Money cannot bring my brother back. That have nothing to do with it. We want justice done.
There's something or things so deeply locked up in his mind that even he doesn't know what's going on. And therefore, I have to hug him.
It's almost like I don't have a right to mourn or grieve, because there are all these families who will never, ever speak to their children again.
That same day, he lured 25-year-old Joseph Breithoff back to his home, where he strangled him and then left him covered in a sheet on his bed for 2 days. On July the 21st, he removed the sheets to find the head covered in maggots, leading to him decapitating the body, cleaning the head and placing it inside the fridge. He then dissolved the torso as well as 2 other victims with acid.
My mother gave
5 beautiful kids. He destroyed the baby of the family. And I hope you go to hell.
Have you spoken to any of the families of his victims?
We've spoken to several, but there was only one that we've become very close friends with, the sister of one of the victims. And to this day, we remain good friends with her.
If those families are watching this now on television, is there anything you want to say to them, either from you or on Jeff's behalf?
Well, I'm extremely, very, very sorry that it happened to their loved ones. And if I could have done anything to prevent it, I would have. And I would ask them to forgive Jeff for what he did. He's paid the price, I believe, now. That doesn't lessen their hurt, but ask their forgiveness. Like Teresa said to me, Lionel, I forgive. When he was murdered, Teresa said to me, Lionel, I forgive Jeff.
Do you forgive him?
Yeah, I forgive him now. I mean, it's really horrible to think of, to try to keep thinking of all the things he did, but even though he did all these horrible things, we forgive St. Paul for all the people that he killed in the name of God, in the name of Judaism. He was forgiven completely. And so if God can forgive, which is demonstrated in the scriptures, if God can certainly forgive St. Paul, the teaching is, of course, that anyone can be forgiven.
What do you want to say to the families of the victims?
I had no intention of hurting them. I was extremely selfish. I was only thinking of myself.
I don't know how to express the regret, the sorrow, that I feel for what I've done for their sons. I can't find the right words.
It was the night of the arrest. I have no memory of what happened during the 6 hours before the last victim ran out of the apartment.
On July the 22nd, 1991, Jeffrey Dahmer approached 3 men, offering any of them $100 to spend time with him, have some drinks, and pose for naked photographs. Only one agreed, 32-year-old Tracy Edwards.
I've seen him around in the neighborhood before. On several occasions, he spoke with me and my friends. Seemed like a normal, everyday guy, We were at the mall, me and my friends just hanging out, It was after work. Yep, and then he was in the mall at that time, too. He approached us, asked us what we was doing. He said he was just down from Chicago visiting a sick relative,
So he lied about where he was from?
Yeah, right. And then he said people in Milwaukee not so friendly, which is true. Yep, and I'm being back just new to the city 6 weeks before then, Yep, I could relate to what he was saying, and then he said, I got some money, we can go buy beer, get girls, go down by the lake,
Did he flash any bills?
Yeah, he had a couple $100 or more. He said he had sponsored a beer and everything. I said, I guess it's okay. Came back outside, and then I saw my twin brother, which works right there on Wisconsin Avenue, And then I told him what we had planned and everything, where to go. While I was talking to my brother, Jeffrey was telling my best friends other things, that he lived in a different place totally from where he was going to be, Yep, so I didn't know, right? So I had to go up to Wisconsin Avenue where my brother lived, and Jeffrey lived in that neighborhood. Yep, so we both proceeded there. We called a cab, right?
As soon as they entered Dahmer's apartment, he noticed a foul smell, as well as several boxes of hydrochloric acid on the floor, which Dahmer claimed was used for cleaning bricks.
The smell of the apartment, well, not basically the apartment. As soon as you open the hall door, going enter in the building, it had just like a smell, this tasteful smell, Yep, and then I asked him what it was. He said it was a sewer problem.
Is that what it smelled like? Did it smell like a sewer?
I don't really know. It stunk bad enough, I'm saying it could be plumbing or some, backup cloggage or something,
He opens the door. How many locks on the door?
He had about 8 locks on the front door.
Okay, so you go in. Do you immediately see things that strike you as extraordinary?
Not basically, yeah. And just he had a camera out there. He said it was for security purposes, and all the locks, alarms on every door. You know, even on the bathroom door, there was alarm. On the windows, there was alarm. Just a boxes of neurotic acid sitting in the front living room. Besides that, you know, if he told me he cleaned bricks with the neurotic acid or whatever, and I'd done that before too, you know.
Did you notice a camera?
Yeah, surveillance camera. He said that would stop people from breaking in or whatever.
It was on the wall?
Right, yeah, hanging up in a corner.
After some small talk, Dahmer turned Tracy's attention to his pet tropical fish.
Mixed me a rum and coke, right? Mm-hmm. So I just sipped a little bit and drank just a little bit of the rum and coke, and I started feeling nauseated, you know. It was real funny. I said, well, I'm not going to drink any more of this, so I sat it down for a while, you know. Then he came in and said, you feeling pretty good yet, you know? And I thought, so I said, it's okay, you know. And then I just sipped a beer.
Did you think he was gay at that point?
No. He never presented that to us at any point.
So he never came on to you?
No, he didn't even act like it. In that neighborhood, I couldn't suspect, you know, a gay guy being there.
Okay, well, if he wasn't gay, was he just being your friend, Tracy?
Yeah, right.
Just being a buddy?
Yep.
And while distracted, Jeffrey put a handcuff on his wrist.
And then before I knew it, he had threw a handcuff on me and pulled about a 12-inch machete-like knife and put it to my heart and my armpit. You know, he told me how skilled he was and that he could kill me at any moment if I wouldn't do what he said.
He then attempted to handcuff both of his wrists together but failed. But regardless, he asked Tracy to accompany him to the bedroom to pose for some naked pictures.
So therefore, he stood me up with the handcuff, with the loose one on my hand. He grabbed that, and he still had the knife at me, and he guided me towards the refrigerator. I opened the refrigerator there, and there the skulls was, and a heart, and a hand. And he said, that's beautiful, isn't it? You know. At that point, I couldn't really do anything. I was like just stuck. You know, he told me how great mine would be.
How great your skull would be?
Yeah. How beautiful I was. Then he started, you know, getting really like, if you want to call it homosexual or freaky or whatever, started telling me how pretty I was and all this, you know.
Once inside, Tracy noticed several nude male posters on the wall and a video of the popular horror movie The Exorcist 3 was playing on the television.
I felt so hopelessly evil and perverted that I actually derived a sort of pleasure from watching that tape.
He makes me sit on a sofa. Yeah. And then as I walked in there, I saw the bone, a skeleton, some type of bone. I didn't know if it came from an arm or a leg in a closet, you know.
Did you know immediately that what you had seen in the refrigerator were human remains?
At that point, I was so in shock, I couldn't really tell, and I wasn't sure. But it looked real, too real not to be anything but the real thing, you know.
There was also a blue 57-gallon drum in the corner which had a strong smell emanating from it.
Then he shows me some pictures. He said, I want to show you something. You could look better than these pictures. You know, you're the star one so far, he told me.
And so, the pictures were?
Of mutilated bodies, people handcuffed, you know, like he had been eating on them or something like that, you know. I couldn't really tell, but it just looked like they had portions taken out of their body, you know. It's all over.
At this point, Dahmer pulled out a knife and said he wanted to take naked pictures of Tracy. Edward didn't want to upset him, so he unbuttoned his shirt and promised to let him do so if he removed the handcuff and put the knife away.
He was telling me things like, you'll never leave me, okay? You'll be a permanent part of me. Yeah, once I eat your heart, you know, you'll never leave me, you know.
He threatened to eat your heart?
Yeah, he told me he would.
And he meant it literally?
Yes.
Dahmer didn't respond to this, but he did turn his attention to the television and began rocking back and forth, chanting as he was fixated on the Exorcist movie.
I knew then that he was going to really start going off. I had to think of something, so I told him I had to use the restroom. Okay, so he takes the knife, like, sticks it in my back and walks me to the bathroom and watched me use the restroom, you know. I saw cut off of penises, things of this nature, hearts, hands, and things like that. And he's watching The Exorcist tape is playing, and he's
The Exorcist?
Right.
He's playing The Exorcist tape?
Yep, he told me this was the best movie out, you know, enjoying that. And he told me I should view it for a moment, and then he opens the file cabinet drawer that's right on the side of the bed with one hand and keeps the knife up under my heart with the other one, and it's the skeleton head in the cabinet, and he goes rubbing on it, you know. And then he'll look at the movie for a moment.
Dahmer then placed his head onto Tracy's chest, listening to his heartbeat and pressing his knife against him, claiming that he wanted to eat his heart. Tracy insisted that he was Dahmer's friend and promised to not run away, though he was internally planning to either jump out one of the windows or run through the front door.
I said, I'm drinking too much beer. I knew I had to get up again. I said, well, let's go to the bathroom again. I had talked to him and everything, you know, and he felt more easier with me. You know, but then he told me at a point, though, that either I would have to kill him or he would kill me, you know. Yeah, but it got to that point. I said, well, I'll take your pictures or what have you. I'll let you handcuff me. But first, let me go to the bathroom and get another beer. Okay? So he kind of guides me in there and leave me there this time with the door closed. And he's standing in the hallway like. Yeah, so I walked there, and then I said, give me a beer, okay? And so he kind of guides me over there. And then he had an air conditioner in the front living room, which the back room was really hot. I said, well, let's sit up here for a moment and get a breath of fresh air, because it's really hot. Then I go and pose for you, or what have you. So we sit on the sofa again, right? And he's sitting there in like a transcendent state, like rocking, like some type of ritual or what have you, okay? And so at that point, I was contemplating then. I said, well, I'm gonna have to do something now. Either he's gonna kill me anyway, so I might as well at least die trying, okay? At least get out trying or whatever, because I wasn't gonna stand there. So he was just sitting there like I wasn't even there no more, in a transcendent state, just rocking and nodding, you know, and stuff like that. And then I said, well, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and he didn't respond right at that moment, okay? So I stood up, right? And I hit him in the head, like he was sitting just the same exact place as you are. And he had his head like turned more to the side, like. So I hit him right here. Okay, so I hit him right here. And his head turned over, and as I was getting up, I kicked him in the face, because I guess he didn't know I had martial arts experience too. You know, from my brother and my father, which, you know, and everything like that. And then I ran towards the door.
Tracy asked to use the bathroom and then requested to sit in the living room to have some drinks, claiming that he needed the air conditioning. Once there, after Dahmer lost his concentration, Tracy once again asked to use the bathroom, but then he quickly punched Jeffrey in the face and sprinted out the front door.
As I was turning the door, I saw him swinging a blade at me, right about my head area. So I ducked and I spun and I hit him in the groin area. And then he kind of just like, it was like a glancing blow. It really didn't hurt him all that much. So he got up as I was turning the knobs to reach and grab my arm again, you know, and then I had to hit him again.
At 11:30 p.m., Tracy Edwards managed to flag down 2 Milwaukee police officers, Robert Roth and Rolf Mueller. They noticed the handcuffs still attached to his wrist, and he claimed that a freak had put them on him.
As soon as I get out, first when I was running through the hall, I guess the people heard the struggle in the building. They asked me what was going on. I was so much in shock, I couldn't say anything. I just kept running until I saw the cops. It was like a half a block as I got outside. Yeah.
But their handcuff keys failed to remove them.
He what? He told me to go upstairs and tell the guy to take the handcuffs off. Right.
So you went back to the apartment alone?
Right.
Unassisted.
Unassisted?
Unassisted. He was at that point in time when Tracy ran down the stairs, the officers were parked on the street. He sought their help. They denied him that help. They forced Mr. Edwards to walk back up to the apartment after ridiculing him, asking him, who did you know? Which one of us did you escape from? Because he had a handcuff on. What are you, some type of homosexual in this area? He said, no, my life was just about to be taken upstairs. They said, well, go up there and tell him to take the handcuffs off. He walks upstairs by himself, no assistance from the Milwaukee Police Department, knocks on the door. Dahmer opened the door and said, come in. I'll take the handcuffs off. Mr. Edwards, in fear again, runs back downstairs, tells the officer he won't take the handcuffs off. He wants me to come back in. I cannot go back in there. He would kill me. And at that time, there's only one officer come upstairs to seek to give him some assistance, and you can take him back inside the apartment. What happened?
I heard a knock on the door, and the police were there with the last victim. They asked me where the key was to the handcuffs. My mind was in a haze. I sort of pointed to the bedroom, and that's where they found the pictures. And they yelled, cuff them. I was handcuffed.
He then took them to the home of Jeffrey Dahmer, where Tracy had just spent 5 hours being held captive. Once there, Dahmer invited Tracy and the police officers inside and openly confessed to putting the handcuffs on him, but never explained why. Tracy then retold the story of Dahmer pulling a knife on him in the bedroom, but Jeffrey didn't react to this, and simply informed them that the key to the cuffs was also in there. Dahmer went to retrieve the key himself, but was stopped as Mueller instead entered the bedroom, finding the knife under the bed. He also found an open drawer containing several Polaroid pictures of him dismembering so many of his victims. They recognized the apartment from the pictures and quickly realized that this was all real.
Got sent up to the apartment there to meet another detective, and we were told that there were some pictures in the apartment, and we were told that there might be a human head in a box. That's pretty way out there as far as even a homicide detective. And when we arrived, that's exactly what we had. We started looking around a little bit and make sure there were no other victims or anybody else in the apartment. And there were human heads and bones and things all over every drawer we opened, every cabinet we opened. There was body parts.
As we go back inside, right, me and one officer, the other one was coming through there. So I sit and he asks Dahmer, was he some type of freak or something, you know? Dahmer agreed with this man. If he said he was, I guess he thought I was, if it's just a homosexual thing or something like that, they'll just forget about it or whatever. He was all cool and calm. Yep. And then the other officer comes upstairs and they asked him where the key is. He told him it's in the bedroom or something, you know? Yeah. But he didn't want the officers to go in there. One was trying to go in. He went in the bedroom and Dahmer got real violent and aggressive. You know, he turned back into the person I was telling him about, because at first the cops would not let me talk. They was telling me to shut up, you know, simple as that. I couldn't say anything, you know, until that point. And the officer one went in there and the other one had to just grab Dahmer and throw him on the floor. And the other guy came out with pictures, you know, of the mutilated bodies. Yeah. And then they believed me. I told them where one knife was, because I had managed to slip one knife away from this guy. He had knives like strapped in all different areas of his body, you know. And I didn't know if he had a gun or not. I didn't know when to make the right move or anything of that nature.
Did the cops check out the refrigerator?
No, one officer opened the refrigerator and he threw up.
The smell in his apartment was not that of death. Was a homicide detective for 12 years. And then when I made lieutenant and eventually captain, I stayed in the homicide division. It was a very sweet smell. It was a very chemically smell. Ironically enough, the smell is still in the room where all of his property went that morning.
Wow.
As soon as he returned, photos in hand, Dahmer tried to fight them off to resist arrest to no avail. As he was on the floor being handcuffed, Jeffrey Dahmer stated, "For what I did, I should be dead," before he was taken to the patrol car and finally arrested. Mueller investigated the fridge to discover a freshly severed head of a black man on the bottom shelf. Further inspection led to them finding 4 severed heads in Dahmer's kitchen. A total of 7 skulls, some painted and some bleached, were inside his bedroom and closet. There was blood dripping on a tray at the bottom of his fridge, as well as 2 human hearts and a portion of arm muscle, each wrapped inside plastic bags. In his freezer they found an entire torso, as well as a bag of human organs and flesh stuck to the ice at the bottom. They found 2 entire skeletons, a pair of severed hands, 2 severed and preserved penises, a mummified scalp, and in a 57-gallon drum, 3 dismembered torsos dissolving in acid. 74 Polaroid pictures of dismemberment were also discovered. The officer described it as more of someone's own personal museum than an actual crime scene.
The phone kept ringing and ringing and ringing and ringing, and finally I just picked it up and answered it. And it was his dad, Lionel, and we spoke for a few minutes. I told him that Jeffrey was okay, that we were investigating a homicide, but that he was downtown. He was talking to some other detectives. He wasn't hurt. And that was pretty much the end of that conversation.
You know, I thought that he was somehow the victim at first. And then the detective said that there was a homicide investigation, and I found out later that it involved Jeff as a suspect, and I sat there just stunned in my office.
The officers told us that we had to evacuate the building, and I saw that, hey, there's a lot of police over in Jeff's apartment. And the first thing I said was, is Jeff okay? And one of the officers said, yeah, that's fine. And I wondered, why did he use that phrase?
Lionel was comforting Jeffrey, trying to get him to understand where he's at. And I don't know what Lionel's ideas were about recording all of it, but it really gives us an insight into what was going on and what the family motives were there.
The community was skeptical about the residents in the building, trying to figure out how this went on right up under our noses, and saying what we should have did and what we could have did, and we should have noticed this and we should have noticed that, But when you're living your own life, the last thing that you're concerned about is what's going on at your neighbor's house.
First, I couldn't fathom how he turned out to be this far down the continuum. I mean, we're all on a continuum. We all do bad things. We all sin. He was at the extreme of this continuum. I couldn't at first understand how he could have done those things.
Lionel, honestly, you have any guilt?
Well, I'm not. Sometimes I feel like I do, but that in that, I mean, I'm not a participant in it, and yet I feel guilty that I didn't spend more time with Jeff rather than with my wife. The common knowledge is spend the time, make the relationship with your wife right, and everything will fall in place with your children. But it didn't happen that way.
You feel guilty?
I feel guilty that I didn't do more. I feel a deep sense of shame.
I'd come home about a half an hour early, and one of my friends from Ohio, where the news came on a couple hours earlier, called and had a hard time telling me why they wanted me to watch television. But I found out about it like everyone else. Within about a half an hour, he was on television.
Were you relieved to be arrested? Part of me was, and part of me wasn't.
Explain.
I don't know. It's like I don't believe I have a split personality, but you know the feeling where you're sort of glad about something, but on the other hand you're not. That's how it was. It was a relief not to have to keep such a gigantic secret that I had kept for so many years. And once I saw that I had no choice but to face it, I decided to face it head on and make a full confession.
It was just the realization that there was no point in trying to hide my actions anymore. The best route was to help the police identify all the victims and just make a complete confession.
In the early hours the next day, Jeffrey Dahmer was questioned, which led to 2 weeks of numerous interviews, a total of over 60 hours. Dahmer waived his right to have a lawyer present and just wanted to immediately confess to everything he had done. He claimed, "I created this horror, and it only makes sense I do everything to put an end to it." He admitted to murdering 16 young men in Wisconsin, as well as Stephen Hicks in Ohio way back in 1978. Most of his victims were unconscious when they were killed, though some died as a result of having acid or boiling water injected into their brains.
The man admitted to killing 17 people.
Right.
Do you think that number was larger?
Yes. I believe he was killing in Germany. But I believe if he admitted it, then he would have had probably deal with it, and he didn't want to go to prison in Germany. But when I left, bodies started turning up around the military installation. There was one gentleman that was murdered. He was German national, Hans, used to come to the barracks, drink with us and play cards. He was murdered after I left. There was a black gentleman, we called him the Pond Man. He was murdered after I left. And so he was investigated, he was asked, and he denied it. So when you talk about Netflix, when you talk about all the other things they've done on Dahmer, they say that, well, he killed the first victim in 1978, which he did, Stephen Hicks. They can't tell my story.
He didn't remember murdering Toomey, but due to how he found him, he believes that he tried to tear his heart out from his chest. He also confessed to necrophilia to most of the victims' bodies, even performing sexual acts with their viscera, and confessed that he would often have to get drunk to get over the repulsion of what he was doing. Dahmer admitted that he got swept away with his addiction to kill. Quote, "I'd been completely swept along. It was an incessant and never-ending desire to be with someone at whatever cost. Someone good-looking, really nice-looking. It just filled my thoughts all day long." End quote.
My only objective was to find the best-looking guy that I could. Their sexual preference didn't matter to me.
Did their race matter to you?
No, their race didn't matter to me. The first two young men were white. The third young man was American Indian. The fourth and fifth were Hispanic. So no, race had nothing to do with it. It was just their looks.
Are you relieved that he confessed, or do you wish that he hadn't?
Oh, I'm very relieved that he confessed, and I think, and I know that he is very relieved.
He claims that he kept the skulls and skeletons in hopes to construct his own private altar of their body parts. He estimated that if he was arrested 6 months later, they would have discovered the fully built altar in his bedroom, a place where he could finally call home.
I even went so far as planning on setting up an altar with the 10 different skulls and skeletons.
And what was the purpose of the altar going to be?
As a sort of memorial, a point where I could, I don't know, it's so bizarre and strange, it's hard to describe. A place where I could collect my thoughts and feed my obsession.
On July the 25th, 1991, Jeffrey Dahmer was charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder. By August the 22nd, he had been charged with a further 11 in Wisconsin. On September the 14th, investigators had discovered hundreds of bone fragments in wooded areas that Dahmer had confessed to discarding the remains of Stephen Hicks. And 3 days later, he was also charged with this murder. However, he wasn't charged for the attempted murder of Tracy Edwards, nor the murder of Toomey. By Milwaukee law, they could only bring forth charges when murder could be proven beyond reasonable doubt. But Dahmer had no memory of actually killing him, and no physical evidence existed. On January the 13th, 1992, Jeffrey Dahmer pled guilty, but insane, to 15 counts of murder. Dahmer also would never wear his glasses in court to allegedly avoid seeing the faces of the victims' families.
I felt uncomfortable looking anyone in the face. I didn't want to see anyone's face clearly. It helped me disassociate myself from what was happening.
During his trial, which began on January the 30th, 1992, it was highly debated whether or not Dahmer was mentally ill or had a personality disorder. The prosecution claimed that even if he had a disorder, it would not rid Jeffrey of the ability to differentiate between right and wrong, though others believed that he had a mental disease where he was driven by obsessions and impulses that he was genuinely unable to control. The fact that he performed necrophilia led people to believe that he was insane, and many professors of psychology backed up this theory, including Dr. Fred Berlin and Dr. Judith Becker. It's believed that he either had borderline personality disorder, schizotypal personality disorder, alcohol dependence, or a psychotic disorder. However, the theory that Dahmer was insane was rejected, arguing that he still drugged and had sex with living people. Others also argued that his deaths were carefully calculated, and he had to have been of sound mind, especially since he only attacked people when he was alone and devoid of all witnesses. Furthermore, he often relied on alcohol, which he wouldn't have needed to do if he was clinically insane.
I hugged him and I said, "Jeff," and he said to me, "I really messed up this time," which is an understatement. And I said, "Jeff, you really need help. The only way I can see is to have you judged insane so that you'll be put into a psychiatric hospital to really find out what's wrong." He hesitated at first, but later on, he really wanted to find out what was causing him to do these things.
Eventually, after much deliberation, on February the 15th, 1992, Dahmer was ruled to have been completely sane.
Intellectually, I knew, I don't know how this sounds, but I knew that I'd done a good job as a parent. I knew this had to come from something outside of Jeff. I think there's a lot to be learned, and one of the things that our society does have to be aware of is that we still do have a prejudice. We have a stereotype, and we still do blame mothers.
Mr. Dahmer, you're charged with 4 counts of first-degree intentional homicide. If convicted of each of those counts, you face a term of life imprisonment. You're also charged with habitual criminality. That would add an additional 10-year penalty to each count upon conviction. Do you understand that? I understand, Your Honor.
As to counts 1 through 8, you are charged with first-degree intentional homicide, which carries a life imprisonment penalty.
15 terms of life imprisonment, and also with the habitual criminality, 10 additional years per count, or a total of 150 years. Do you understand all of that?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
For the first 2 counts of murder, he was sentenced to life imprisonment plus 10 years, with the remaining 13 counts carrying a mandatory sentence of life imprisonment plus 70 years. The death penalty was not given, as Wisconsin had abolished this back in 1853.
There's no question that I deserve the death penalty. I've wondered myself why I don't have the death penalty. That's what I deserve. I deserve death.
Fortunate for you, Wisconsin doesn't ask you for what you have taken, but then you can only give once. I'm not for the death penalty, but you are a perfect candidate.
I really don't know what Dahmer should get. I know that when we have to go in front of him and I sit there and look at him, I get mad and want to do things to him, like break my nails off in his neck, but I can't do that thing because they treat us like we've killed 15 people and search us like we've killed 15 people. And they cater to him.
He says he deserves it. He's on a suicide watch, and from day one, he's never tried to commit suicide. So, I mean, get a clue. He likes living, just like my brother did like living.
That's right. Him saying he's sorry to me does not bring back my brothers, does not bring back 17 men.
I'm against capital punishment, but I still think that he's not suffering enough.
I wished I could take his place because he was so young and had thrown away a life. And I frankly wished I could put him down like you do a sick animal. Those were the first 2 thoughts I had.
At that point, what do? You can't believe what's happening. And you cry and you grab a friend. And that's what I did.
After hearing the sentence, Lionel and his wife wanted to speak with their son privately. They exchanged hugs and well wishes before Jeffrey Dahmer was escorted away.
I went up to him and I said, Jeff, I love you. I hugged him. I cried. He didn't seem to be emotionally moved. He just seemed like he was just wrung out.
Did he hug you back?
Yeah, as well as he could. He was shackled in front of him, so he really couldn't hug. But he pressed, forward. But it just seemed like he was just his soul had dropped out of him.
When you saw Jeff in prison for the first time after his arrest, what did you say to him?
We didn't say anything at first. We were shaking, crying for about 2 minutes. I told him that I did not believe he was that sick. However, I still loved him and that I supported him. He's my first son.
I don't know if I'll ever be able to. How does anyone, the full impact, it's the rest of our lives.
That was really tough. He was disheveled, beard, and he hadn't slept. There were people screaming in the cells, and he just stood there like a limp rag.
We have a lot of faith that has gotten us through this. And we have many good friends out there. You make friends, if you make friends in dire times, they stick with you. So we've lost a lot of family, a lot of people we knew, but we have a lot of friends who are proud of us, who are not ashamed of who we are, again, because we've done nothing wrong. So life is good.
It would be very easy for anyone to walk away from their son under these circumstances.
I feel a very great responsibility. In retrospect, I wish that I had done more in terms of keeping track of what he's doing.
Jeffrey, you would consider your friend, right? He was your friend, right? And do you believe you'll see him in heaven one day?
I believe so. I believe in going to heaven, and I believe that he's there, and I believe I'll see him in heaven. That I hope to anyway, see him in heaven.
I have another son, a younger son, for the rest of his life. He will have to find a way to be strong and deal with this.
Has this followed him?
Yes, it has. But he's doing very well. He's finished an undergraduate graduate degree and is working and very successful and visits his brother.
Well, shame and just what a waste. The other feelings were that I wanted to still help him in some way, and I kept telling him, reassuring that his attorney said that he would get help. And I told Jeff that you really do need help, Jeff, mental help, and we're going to try to get you into this place to get the proper help.
It's a very difficult thing to say. One of the hardest things for me to say is how much I can't believe this happened and how much I love Jeff, when I'm very much aware that it's almost like I don't have a right to mourn or grieve, because there are all these families who will never, ever speak to their children again. It's a very strange set of circumstances. I still have my son Jeff now to talk to.
He got hate mail, he even got love mail, right?
Oh, lots of good. He had lots of friends out there, supposedly, and people who loved him and cared about him.
They saw him as different from a Bundy or a Gacy.
I think that part of my continuing to want to love and support him is because I can remember him as a youth when he was innocent.
Something needs to be learned from this, and I think Jeff is intelligent enough that if he gets some help, he might be able to help people. I'm not talking about that Jeff will ever be out of prison again. He won't, no matter what he finds out about himself. But I think he has a right as a human being. He's not a monster, he's a human being. And I think he deserves some help.
Hopefully we learn to watch our children, monitor them, love them dearly, but be aware of any nuances. How do you know who's going to be a serial killer? There's still not that many profiles out there, and most parents are not that adept, or do they study their children in depth?
3 months later, on May the 1st, he was taken to Ohio to be tried for the murder of Stephen Hicks, where he again pled guilty and was sentenced to a 16th term of life imprisonment. Jeffrey Dahmer was transferred to the Columbia Correctional Institution. For his first year, he was placed in solitary confinement in fear that other inmates would harm him or worse, or vice versa. After a year had passed, Dahmer gave his consent and they transferred him to a less secure unit, where he was even given a 2-hour daily work routine cleaning the toilets.
How are things going here for you? Slow and steady. Nothing out of the ordinary, really.
I usually wake up at 6:30 in the morning, go eat breakfast, and then sleep until noon, wake up for lunch, and sleep until about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, eat dinner, and then spend the greater portion of the night watching TV.
How's the cigarette rolling going? Pretty good. I've gotten pretty good at it. Yeah? Do you get it pretty snug? Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have one of these acrylic rollers that makes a perfect cigarette, so I don't have to do it by hand. Although if it's too tight, then you can't get a good draw from it, right? Uh-huh. Yeah. Takes a little practice. I've gotten it down pat now. Mm-hmm. So that's my big accomplishment here.
Does it ever go away? In part, no, it never completely goes away. I'll probably have to live with it for the rest of my life. I wish it would go away. I wish there was some way to completely get rid of the compulsive thoughts, the feelings. It's not nearly so bad now that there's no avenues to actually act on it. But no, it never seems to go completely away.
So the thoughts still come to you?
Sometimes, yeah.
If you were out on the street now, would you still be committing the crimes?
Probably. If this hadn't happened, there's no doubt I probably would be. I can't think of anything that would have stopped me.
It's mostly a descriptive process.
Very matter of fact.
He doesn't really have any, doesn't display any deep emotion, but I know that he does. He says that he does have deep feelings, even though he doesn't, display them.
Do you still feel those same urges? Do you still feel that compulsion, that obsession?
I wish I could say that it just left completely, but no, there are times when I still do have the old compulsions.
Around this time, he converted to Christianity and became a born-again Christian. He also started reading creationist books at the request of his father.
Down in El Cajon, California, Institute for Creation Research, I told him about the place, and he bought 13 books that turned him from a evolutionist into a creationist, and from there into a Christian. And he started handing out pamphlets and so forth, and talking with other prisoners, trying to...
So he was a born-again.
He was, I'm sure, in talking with him, that it wasn't just a jailhouse conversion. I really believe that.
Because he wasn't going to get out.
No.
Tell me, what are you reading then, Jeff?
Going through that biblical science book, underlining it, and Revelation verse by verse. It's incredible. It's really incredible. It talks about the rapture or the tribulation.
Yeah. You know, you're more knowledgeable on that than I am.
Is that right?
Yeah. I've been spending most of my time in Genesis.
He had a whole lot of remorse. In fact, I think he lived with remorse for the rest of his life. He felt extremely guilty for what he'd done. He felt very badly about those things, but he had a sense of frustration too, because there was nothing more that he could do about it. I mean, other than give his life up, which was not something the state would do. He simply could not do anything else.
If he truly found God, God will forgive him.
You know, the families of the victims don't believe in your conversion or your sorrow.
Oh, right. And if I was on their end of the table, I wouldn't either. Ultimately, I am accountable to the Lord Jesus Christ. He'll be my final judge.
Can your sins be forgiven?
The Lord Jesus Christ's shed blood is powerful enough to wipe out even my sins.
When did you first feel that everyone is accountable for their actions?
Well, thanks to you for sending that creation science material, because I always believe the lie that evolution is truth, the theory of evolution is truth, that we all just came from the slime, and when we died, you know, that was it. There was nothing. So the whole theory cheapens life, and started reading books about that show how evolution is just a complete lie. There's no basis in science to uphold it, and I've since come to believe that the Lord Jesus Christ is the true creator of the heavens and the earth. It just didn't just happen, and I've accepted him as my Lord and Savior, and I believe that I, as well as everyone else, will be accountable to him.
You believe that he was sincere in his conversion, correct?
I believe he was very sincere, yes.
I think in a very real sense he was at peace in his own heart as far as his relationship with God is concerned. You know, his relationship with other people, of course, is another matter. I don't know what was going through his mind when he was being attacked. But I think as far as meeting his Maker is concerned, I think he was very well prepared.
I feel, well, if he had talked to God, you know, and told, I think that he was forgiven. Only him and God knows.
We prayed together last night for Jeff, and for us, and for everyone involved, but especially for Jeff, for God to take him in his bosom.
I told Jeff I'd read books about him, and Jeff got kind of nervous and said, what do you think about that? And I said, well, it looks to me like none of them knew you very well, and that, I'm sorry to say, includes your father. None of them really spent time listening to you. They all just reacted to the things that were done, and then they drew the conclusions and so forth. But when you get to actually know the person, it's a different sort of setting. Jeff came across to me as kind of mild and very courteous and very polite and considerate, which is not what I was expecting of a murderer. I was expecting something to be kind of rough or tough or try to push their way or be bullying or something like that. No, he was not that way at all. He was very, very considerate, very quiet, and willing to do anything or talk with me about anything he wanted to talk about. So when I read the various details, I became more familiar with the grisliness of it all. But by then I'd gotten to know him, and so I was able to kind of say, okay, well, that's in your past. We're in the now, so let's deal with what we've got right now as opposed to what was in the past. Later on, his father would send him anti-evolution material, which Jeff read and which caused Jeff to turn around and begin to believe. And once you begin to believe in God, it changes your perspective on everything.
Right.
And so once his perspective began to change, he began to see things and began to ask himself, what's the matter with me? Why did I do those things? He would even say at the end of his trial, he now saw himself as sick. That's what he said himself. Well, he's diagnosing himself. He sees that there's something wrong with what he was doing. But he didn't know it at the time he was going through all of that. To him, it was just, this is the thing we do. This is what's fun, or this is. He justifies it by saying animals eat animals, and says we're all animals. Then there's nothing wrong with that and that kind of stuff. So I like to. I realize I'm being somewhat merciful by saying that, but I think he lost his mind when he came back to his senses. Then he began to say, I've got to make changes.
In May of 1994, Jeffrey was baptized by Minister Roy Ratcliffe, who would become a frequent visitor. Dahmer questioned him whether he was sinning against God just by living.
A few weeks after he had been baptized, he mentioned to me, or confided to me, that he felt he should have been put to death because of the crimes he had committed. To which I responded by saying, yes, I agree, you probably should have been put to death for those crimes. Living in Wisconsin, which doesn't apply the death penalty, then he receives mercy instead of justice, is what it comes down to. So his response was, well, then if that's the case, now that I'm a Christian, am I sinning by living? Which implies, should I kill myself, or should I arrange myself to be killed by someone else? Something along those lines. And of course, he waits till the very end when the guard says, you got to leave now. So we had to wait till next week to really address that question. But we spent time looking at Romans chapter 13 and the role of the state and the agency of justice. The people of the state are to God. They bear a sword. They don't bear it in vain, that kind of stuff. And what are you to do? Well, you are to respond. You are to submit to the governing authorities. So I said, in this state, they've laid their sword down and they picked up a rod. So they're going to beat you with the rod to suffer, but they're not going to kill you with the sword. And you need to submit. Regardless of what you've done, there's going to come a time when you're going to feel as bad about yourself as Jeff felt about himself. And you're going to put yourself into a deep hole. You're going to feel like you can't get out of that hole. And the story, Jeff's story, is that there's a hand that can reach down and grab you and pull you out, and that hand is of God. He can pull you out of the hole no matter how deep the hole you may be in. There's always a way of getting out of the hole, because if you hold on to the hand of God.
I do know that he did feel he ought to have been put to death. I do know that he did not have the courage to do it himself. As far as that goes, because we talked about that.
After I agreed to baptize him, he heaved a deep sigh of relief, because he was afraid that I would say, I can't baptize you because your sins are too grievous, your sins are too bad, your sins are unforgivable. Well, that violates everything I've ever believed, and I would never say that. Jesus Christ came to save sinners. Jeffrey Dahmer was a sinner, and it's as simple as that. It was our first Thanksgiving holiday that was coming up, and so he made a big deal about giving this card to me, and it was written out and so forth. He talked about how much he was grateful for all that I'd done for him and how thankful he was that I was in his life and I hadn't given up on him. The only emotion he ever had confessed to regarding his murders was love. It wasn't hatred at all. And I never saw a sense of malice or anger or hatred toward any of his victims at all.
He's been baptized into Christ. I feel that he really is in a saved condition.
If a person doesn't think that there is a God to be accountable to, then what's the point of trying to modify your behavior to keep it within acceptable ranges? That's how I thought anyway. And I've since come to believe that the Lord Jesus Christ is truly God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. They're the only true God.
In July of 1994, another inmate, Osvaldo DeRuthi, tried to slash Dahmer's throat with a razor that was embedded in a toothbrush as Jeffrey returned to his cell after his weekly church service. Dahmer received some wounds but wasn't seriously injured. According to many witnesses, including Jeffrey's own family, at this point he was ready to die and had been for a while. He happily endured any punishment in prison because he knew that he deserved it. All three of his parents always remained in full contact with their son, even though Dahmer hadn't seen his mother since Christmas of 1983 beforehand. Dahmer often told his mum during this time that he doesn't care if he gets abused or killed because none of it matters anymore.
And Lionel asked that he not commit suicide. I made him promise.
I felt all these different emotions come over me. How am I going to face victims, families, if I go to the trial? How can I arrange something? My feelings were for Jeff too. I sort of put myself in his place. He's totally lost. I could almost feel the total disorientation and loss, feeling like maybe he would want to commit suicide. I felt very depressed and shamed.
Jeff, tell me about, have you really thought of suicide again? Or are you...
No, I
okay,
haven't.
good. Don't just put that out of your mind, because that won't solve it. That'll make a bigger problem for you in the afterlife.
Right.
I mean, it's hard to imagine that afterlife, Jeff.
Mm-hmm.
But this is our only shot at it.
Yeah.
And you will do something. I mean, he has something in mind for you. You don't know what yet.
I keep hearing that from people writing letters and everything. But I wonder if it's just wishful thinking or what,
I actually wrote him when he was in prison, an anonymous name.
Okay.
And I actually told him about God. And I don't know if you have a relationship, but you need to get one. And I just let him know who I was that night. I don't know if he ever got the letter. Of course, he never replied, because that was the only some type of closure that I could find around that time, because I couldn't get anything from anybody else. Like I said, the lawyer was gone. My auntie was like, she talking about movies, books. Her mind is somewhere else.
Yeah.
So that did a little something.
What do you think happens after you die?
Right, that's the big unknown. I've had thoughts of suicide, but I just haven't been able to carry them through. So I don't know what the future will hold.
On the morning of November the 28th, 1994, Jeffrey Dahmer left his cell to check his usual assigned work routine. He went with two inmates, Jesse Anderson and Christopher Scarver, but the trio were left unsupervised in the showers of the gym for around 20 minutes. At 8:10 a.m., Jeffrey Dahmer was discovered on the floor with extreme head and facial wounds, having been bludgeoned with a metal bar. His head had also been struck against the wall several times. Dahmer was still alive, but was rushed to hospital, though he died an hour later. Jesse Anderson had also been beaten and passed away just 2 days on. Christopher Scarver was serving a life sentence after committing murder in 1990, and he claimed that he attacked Dahmer as he was cleaning a staff locker room before turning on Anderson. He also claimed that Dahmer never yelled or made any sounds during the entire attack. Afterwards, he casually went back to his cell and informed a prison guard that God told him to do it. He claimed that he didn't plan the attack, though he later admitted that he hid a 20-inch iron bar in his clothing shortly before he killed them. He later claimed that he attacked them because they had both poked him in the back as they were working and then proceeded to laugh at him. His story is that he approached Dahmer with a newspaper about his killings and asked if they were true, but Jeffrey was fairly unresponsive. He claims that Dahmer often upset other inmates by shaping his food like severed limbs and using ketchup to imitate blood. Allegedly, even prison staff knew that he hated Dahmer and deliberately left them alone, hoping that he would kill them. Dahmer was so hated by the other inmates that he would always have to have at least one guard with him at all times to transfer him between locations.
I talked with an attorney who has access to that prison quite intimately. And what happened was there was about 20 to 40 minutes of time where no one, that is the staff at the prison, no one knew the whereabouts of this person who took a barbell, or the rod, the bar from weightlifting equipment, and hit it and bludgeoned Jeff to death.
Oh, it's karma. I mean, he died the same way he was killing people. And by the way, there's a, I can't remember the name of it. There's a thing out on that. It talks about how they met, how they came across. I watched it probably a month ago. Christopher Scarver.
Yes.
He was antagonizing people in prison, you know, doing crazy stuff. And they, you know, there was an attempt on his life prior to that. So he got killed the same way that he killed Stephen Hicks. And the other gentleman that was killed actually murdered his wife and thought he was going to get away, but he killed him too. So, justice.
Yeah.
Now they know what we have went through. They'll have to go through the same thing, you know. So now they know. And yeah, my heart goes out to any mother that loses a child.
I don't believe in taking a life for a life. That is not gonna bring anything back. It won't do anything. That's just more pain.
Weirdly, Jeffrey Dahmer stated in his will that he didn't want any service for his death, but he did want to be cremated, and his ashes were divided between his parents. After hearing the news, Joyce responded to the media in an angry rage. Quote, "Now is everybody happy? Now that he's bludgeoned to death, is that good enough for everyone?" End quote.
How often do you think about it?
I'll be thinking about something else completely. And all of a sudden, something will pop in my head about what families of the victims have said. And then it just comes surging back and about the seriousness, the horribleness of what my son has done. I'd say the same thing that I've told him recently many times, that I'm proud of you, Jeff, after all of the horrible things that you've done, and we've all gone through. You have made the move that's going to last for an eternity. That's a very long time. I'm proud of you, Jeff.
There's a murder happening every single day in our society. That means there are mothers and fathers, there are sisters and brothers, there are extended family. Jeff is an unusual situation. And my concern is that as bad as it is for me, it's got to be that bad for other parents. And maybe there's something I can do.
It's going to get worse when I'm 75.
What do you want to say to the families of the victims?
I had no intention of hurting them. I was extremely selfish. I was only thinking of myself, my own pleasure, my own perverted desires.
I think of all the grieved families, those, I can hardly look at the newscasts of the mothers and the fathers and families of those victims, and I pray for them. That's all I can do right now.
I tell you, Dad, I'm really sorry that this has happened, and I love you a lot.
I love you too.
I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry.
We haven't always shown it a lot, but I do love him a great deal.
I love you.
And without the support of my folks, I don't think I would have come through this.
Anything not in the book you want to say to him?
I can't think too clearly right now. I'm feeling pretty emotional.
Most of the public were pleased with his death, though others cited that it was still murder and Scarver was anything but a hero. On May the 15th, 1995, Scarver was sentenced to 2 more terms of life imprisonment for the 2 new murders. After becoming the one that actually led to Jeffrey Dahmer's capture and arrest, things didn't get any better for Tracy Edwards. Not only did he file a $5 million lawsuit against the Milwaukee Police Department for failing to act on earlier tips about Jeffrey Dahmer, which led to the suit being dismissed, but he would later be charged with the sexual battery of a 14-year-old girl.
A reporter of ours, Joel Driesang, spoke with Mr. Edwards 2 days after the Dahmer case broke, and Mr. Edwards said that he commended the Milwaukee police, specifically Officer Roth, who he said did a wonderful job. I just wanted to get that.
Dahmer
Yeah. And not handling. Only arresting that mass cannibal murder Jeffrey Dahmer.
I just wanted to get that on the record that he commended
not
the police.
commending them for the treatment and indignation that was shown to him by those two officers at
Your
first.
comment is on the record.
In 2011, he was involved in an argument with a man on a bridge in which Tracy shoved him over into the Milwaukee River, causing him to drown. Edwards was charged with murder and eventually pleaded guilty to aiding a felon, receiving a 1.5-year prison sentence, though his current whereabouts and status remain unclear. The Oxford Apartments on 924 North 25th Street in Milwaukee, where Dahmer had killed so many of his victims, was demolished in November of 1992. There were plans at one point to turn the lot into a memorial for the victims, but this never materialized. Between 1978 and 1991, Jeffrey Dahmer is confirmed to have murdered a minimum of 17 men, 12 of which in his apartment in North 25th Street. 14 were from various ethnic minority backgrounds, and 9 were black. But Dahmer insisted that their race had nothing to do with it.
It was not racially motivated. It was not sexual preference. It was just to find an obsession with the best-looking young man I could find.
Lionel and Sherry Dahmer both refused to change their last name and always continued to profess their love for their son despite his crimes.
I'm proud of the name Dahmer. My father was a school teacher and a barber. He brought himself up from the bootstraps. His father and mother died very young age. I have a very good ancestry, and I'm proud of the name. The only thing is, when we go out, sometimes we'll give a different name so that, at a restaurant, for example, so that we don't cause a lot of people to change, to move their heads around and look and,
It must be terrible to live a life with a name that is the way things have felt about that name.
Right, you always hesitate to...
Now, Sherry, you married into this family.
Yes, I did.
How do you feel about the name?
I'm proud of my name. I used it in the business world. I use it still. I have no reason to deny who I am. We didn't do anything wrong.
Jeff also had a brother, did he not?
Yes.
And he did change his name, is that
Yes,
correct?
he did change.
What is he doing?
Well, we've promised to keep him completely secret.
He has a career
No, that's
and
right.
a family.
I don't know to be specific, but is he happy?
He's very happy.
He's happy.
We're expecting a second grandchild.
The former released a book in 1994 called A Father's Story, trying to find out where, why, and how he failed so much as a dad, even donating some of the profits to the victims' families. Most families showed support for them, though others blamed them for negligence.
You've read the book?
Yes. Yes, I read the book. My dad sent it to me about last week, and spent all night reading it. I was up all night reading it. It was quite a surprise to me, some parts of it. Very interesting.
In what sense?
Just some of the things that were revealed caught me off guard, and just some very big surprises in it for me.
What was it that caught you off guard?
Some of his insights into what he thought of me as I was growing up.
You've read the book.
Right.
He called it A Father's Story. Pretty simple title.
Right.
Not a simple story, though.
No, not a simple story. Not one that was easy for me to read. But I'm glad he wrote it.
Did it hurt? Was it painful to read?
Yes, it was painful. Some parts of it were, for me, were even fun to read. There were good parts to it. It wasn't all negative.
Was it emotional for you reading the book?
Yes, it was.
Tell me, what kind of feelings did you have reading it?
Deep regret, sorrow. I guess those were the two main emotions.
Joy sadly died of cancer in November of 2000. Jeffrey's younger brother David has since changed his last name and has vanished from the public eye and also hasn't been heard from since. As his son continued to receive Netflix documentaries, in 2022, Lionel did consider suing Netflix over Dahmer Monster, the Jeffrey Dahmer story, but decided against it. The couple resided in Seville, Ohio, before Sherry passed away on January the 13th, 2023, and just 11 months later Lionel would follow, passing away from a heart attack on December the 5th at the age of 87.
Did Jeffrey Dahmer ever offer an explanation for those terrible deeds?
Yeah, he has said several times in the past that it was a compulsion that was just too strong. He just felt powerless. He didn't feel like he had much control over his life. And he had these obsessions, these compulsions, these necrophilic compulsions.
We don't know why he killed. I really believe there was a chance of finding that out had he not been murdered and he had been studied extensively.
We do not have an explanation for Jeff's behavior. In the absence of an explanation for anything, we get scared. We're afraid of unknowns. So we go for prefabricated answers, such as the parents and especially the moms. And this has been a ready-made answer. Mother, the monster maker, has been the easy way out of dealing with something we just can't explain.
There was a mixture of feelings of anger and hate and disappointment and also feeling extremely sorry for what he did. Felt very sorry for victims and their families and also for Jeff. The terrible waste.
I've been accused of being fooled by Jeff or being conned by Jeff because Jeff was a con man, mostly by people quoting the victims' families, saying that because that's how they see him, because they're wounded, they hurt, and they don't really, they're unwilling to see Jeff in any other way. They can't see him differently. I never saw Jeff that way. And when you actually get to know the story, you see it differently. And to illustrate, at the memorial service, Lionel shows up with a sister of one of Jeff's victims. She's there. She's gotten a relationship with Lionel and his wife, so forth. And she brings along her sister, but doesn't tell her sister what they're there for. They're there at a memorial service for the man who killed their brother. So she's sitting at the back of the auditorium, tears running down her face while we're doing this thing about Jeff at the front of the auditorium and so forth. And I feel really bad because her sister had deceived her in a way to get to look at these sort of things. At the end of the service, I then walked up to her and said, "I'm very sorry what happened to your brother and so forth. And I'm sorry that your sister deceived you about this thing and that this was a thing for Jeff." She said, "Well, I was very angry at first," she said, "but then when I heard you guys tell the story about how much Jeff had changed and how much he believed in God, it's easier for me to forgive him now because I believe you actually did believe in God." So when you actually hear the story and you begin to understand the story, you have a different view of what it's really all about. But if you stand from a distance and judge, it's easy to judge someone from a distance, say, "Well, you're rotten, you're no good, you're terrible, and you don't deserve anything at all."
Reached out with several of the families. Sherry was so wonderful in that regard. I couldn't have gotten through this without Sherry, first of all, let me say. And the way she had her demeanor with people, it causes people to melt.
Nothing can ever be said or done, and I'm not here to excuse anything that Jeffrey did. But Jeffrey didn't do this alone. And I have always thought from the beginning, I'm not saying that someone else helped him to drag the bodies. I'm saying that something else instigated, something else motivated this kind of anger.
Well, it's been horrendous. I don't know if I have words to explain something that was never seen or forecast or expected. I learned about Jeff in the same way everyone else did.
It can't be easy.
It is not easy.
It would be easier to forget about it.
Absolutely,
if you can, right?
But no one allows us to forget about it. Just as recently as 2 weeks ago, we were sitting in a doctor's office and someone's made a statement that brought it to the forefront. And we never know when we'll see a picture of Jeff on TV, an article. We're never allowed to walk away from this.
This is something that's going to be with us forever, the fact that this individual died and that other individuals died after we had contact. It's hard to deal with. It's always there. And I feel personally saddened for the families of all these people that they have to go through this tragedy.
I've often wondered why I haven't had more dreams or nightmares about what I've done. For some reason, it's like it's blocked off from part of my mind. If I dwelled on the subject all the time, I wouldn't be able to function.
Jeffrey Dahmer, the Milwaukee cannibal, left his mark on this world and still gets talked about over 40 years later. From a troubled childhood to neglect and alcohol abuse, there's many conflicting theories to what sent this young man on a horrible journey of murder and misery. What truly caused this horrific rampage to begin? It's been nearly 40 years and we are still seeking answers.
Your Honor, it is over now. This has never been a case of trying to get free. I didn't ever want freedom. Frankly, I wanted death for myself. This was a case to tell the world that I did what I did not for reasons of hate. I hated no one. I knew I was sick or evil or both. Now I believe I was sick. I know how much harm I have caused. I tried to do the best I could after the arrest to make amends, but no matter what I did, I could not undo the terrible harm I have caused. I know I will be in prison for the rest of my life. I know the families of the victims will never be able to forgive me for what I have done. I promise I will pray each day to ask for their forgiveness when the hurt goes away, if ever. I have seen their tears, and if I could give my life right now to bring their loved ones back, I would do it. I am so very sorry.